Hippolytus. The Bacchae **** Hippolytus and the Bacchae by Euripides, translated by Gilbert Murray. 9 Greek dramas by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides and Aristophanes. Translations by E.D.A. Morshead, E.H. Plumtree, Gilbert Murray and B.B. Rogers. Introductory note: Euripides, the youngest of the trio of great Greek tragedians, was born at Salamis in 480 BC, on the day when the Greeks won their momentous naval victory there over the fleet of the Persians. The precise social status of his parents is not clear, but he received a good education, was early distinguished as an athlete, and showed talent in painting and oratory. He was a fellow student of Pericles, and his dramas show the influence of the philosophical ideas of Anaxagoras and of Socrates, with whom he was personally intimate. Like Socrates, he was accused of impiety, and this, along with domestic infelicity, has been supposed to afford a motive for his withdrawal from Athens, first to Magnesia and later to the court of Archelaus in Macedonia, where he died in 406 BC. The first tragedy of Euripides was produced when he was about 25, and he was several times a victor in the tragic contests. In spite of the antagonisms which he aroused and the criticisms which were hurled upon him in, for example, the comedies of Aristophanes, he attained a very great popularity, and Plutarch tells that those Athenians who were taken captive in the disastrous Sicilian expedition of 413 BC were offered freedom by their captors if they could recite from the works of Euripides. Of the 120 dramas ascribed to Euripides, there have come down to us complete 18 tragedies and 1 satiric drama, Cyclops, beside numerous fragments. The works of Euripides are generally regarded as showing the beginning of the decline of Greek tragedy. The idea of fate, hitherto dominant in the plays of his predecessors, tends to be degraded by him into mere chance. The characters lose much of their ideal quality, and even gods and heroes are represented as moved by the petty motives of ordinary humanity. The chorus is often quite detached from the action, the poetry is florid, and the action is frequently tinged with sensationalism. In spite of all this, Euripides remains a great poet, and his picturesqueness and tendencies to what are now called realism and romanticism, while marking his inferiority to the chaste classicism of Sophocles, bring him more easily within the sympathetic interest of the modern reader. Contents: Hippolytus, the Bacchae. Hippolytus of Euripides' Dramatis Personae, the goddess Aphrodite. Theseus, king of Athens and Trojan. Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, wife to Theseus. Hippolytus, bastard son of Theseus and the Amazon. Hippolyte, the nurse of Phaedra, a henchman of Hippolytus. The goddess Artemis, an old huntsman. A chorus of huntsmen attendants on the 3 royal persons. A chorus of Trojanian women, with their leader. The scene is laid in Trojan. The play was first acted when Epaminondas was Archon, Olympiad 87, year 4, BC 429. Euripides was first, Ion second, Ion third. Aphrodite great among men, and not unnamed am I, the Cyprian, in gods in most halls on high. And wheresoe'er from Pontus to the far red west men dwell, and see the glad day star, and worship me, the pious heart I bless, and wreck that life that lives in stubbornness. For that there is, even in a great God's mind, that hungereth for the praise of humankind. So runs my word, and soon the very deed shall follow. For this prince of Theseus' seed, Hippolytus, child of that dead Amazon, and reared by saintly Pittheus in his own straight ways, dead, alone of all Trojan, to hold me least of spirits and most mean, and spurns my spell and seeks no woman's kiss, but great Apollo's sister, Artemis, he holds of all most high, gives love and praise, and through the wild dark woods forever strays, he and the maid together, with swift hounds to slay all angry beasts from out these bounds, to more than mortal friendship consecrate. I grudge it not. No grudge know I, nor hate, yet, seeing he hath offended, I this day shall smite Hippolytus. Long since my way was opened, nor needs now much labour more. For once from Pittheus' castle to the shore of Athens came Hippolytus overseas seeking the vision of the mysteries. And Phaedra there, his father's queen highborn, saw him, and as she saw, her heart was torn with great love, by the working of my will. And for his Bacchae, long since, on Pallas hill, deep in the rock, that love no more might roam, she built a shrine, and named it Love at Home, and the rock held it, but its face always seeks Trojan o'er the seas. Then came the day when Theseus, for the blood of kinsmen shed, spake doom of exile on himself, and fled, Phaedra beside him, even to this Trojan. And here that grievous and amazed queen, wounded and wondering, with ne'er a word, wastes slowly, and her secret none hath heard nor dreamed. But never thus this love shall end. To Theseus' ear some whisper will I send, and all be bare. And that proud prince, my foe, his sire shall slay with curses. Even so endeth that boon the great lord of the main to Theseus gave, the 3 prayers not in vain. And she, not in dishonour, yet shall die. I would not rate this woman's pain so high as not to pay mine haters in full fee that vengeance that shall make all well with me. But soft, here comes he, striding from the chase, our Prince Hippolytus. I will go my ways. And hunters at his heels, and a loud throng glorying Artemis with praise and song. Little he knows that hell's gates opened are, and this his last look on the great day star. Aphrodite withdraws, unseen by Hippolytus and a band of huntsmen, who enter from the left, singing. They pass the statue of Aphrodite without notice. Hippolytus follow, oh follow me, singing on your ways her in whose hand are we, her whose own flock we be, the Zeus child, the heavenly, to Artemis be praise. Huntsman hail to thee, maiden blessed, proudest and holiest, God's daughter, great in bliss, Leto born, Artemis. Hail to thee, maiden, far fairest of all that are, yea, and most high thine home, child of the Father's hall, here, O most virginal, here, O most fair of all, in high God's golden dome. The huntsmen have gathered about the altar of Artemis. Hippolytus now advances from them, and approaches the statue with a wreath in his hand. Hippolytus, to thee this wreathed garland, from a green and virgin meadow bear I, O my queen, where never shepherd leads his grazing ewes nor scythe has touched. Only the river dews gleam, and the spring bee sings, and in the glade doth solitude her mystic garden made. No evil hand may cull it, only he whose heart hath known the heart of purity, unlearned of man, and true waiter befall. Take therefore from pure hands this coronal, O mistress loved, thy golden hair to twine. For, soul of living men, this grace is mine, to dwell with thee, and speak, and hear replies of voice divine, though none may see thine eyes. Oh, keep me to the end in this same road. An old huntsman, who has stood apart from the rest, here comes up to Hippolytus. Huntsman my prince, for master name I none but God, gave I good counsel, wouldst thou welcome it? Hippolytus right gladly, friend, else were I poor of wit. Huntsman knowest thou one law, that through the world has won? Hippolytus what wouldst thou? And how runs thy law? Say on. Huntsman it hates that pride that speaks not all men fair. Hippolytus and rightly. Pride breeds hatred everywhere. Huntsman and good words love, and grace in all men's sight. Hippolytus I, and much gain withal, for trouble slight. Huntsman how deemest thou of the gods? Are they the same? Hippolytus surely, we are but fashioned on their frame. Huntsman why then wilt thou be proud, and worship not? Hippolytus whom? If the name be speakable, speak out. Huntsman she stands here at thy gate, the Cyprian queen. Hippolytus I greet her from afar, my life is clean. Huntsman clean? Nay, proud, proud, a mark for all to scan. Hippolytus each mind doth its own bent, for God or man. Huntsman God grant thee happiness, and wiser thought. Hippolytus these spirits that reign in darkness like me not. Huntsman what the gods ask, O son, that man must pay. Hippolytus, turning from him to the others. On, huntsman, to the castle. Make your way straight to the feast room, 'tis a merry thing after the chase, a board of banqueting. And see the steeds be groomed, and in array the chariot dight. I drive them forth today. He pauses, and makes a slight gesture of reverence to the statue on the left. Then to the old huntsman. That for thy Cyprian, friend, and naught beside. Hippolytus follows the huntsman, who stream by the central door in the castle. The old huntsman remains, huntsman, approaching the statue and kneeling, O Cyprian, for a young man in his pride I will not follow, here before thee, meek, in that one language that a slave may speak, I pray thee, O, if some wild heart in froth of youth surges against thee, be not wroth forever. Nay, be far and hear not then, gods should be gentler and more wise than men. He rises and follows the others into the castle. The orchestra is empty for a moment, then there enter from right and left several Trocenian women young and old. Their number eventually amounts to 15. Chorus there riseth a rock-born river, of ocean's tribe, men say, the crags of it gleam and quiver, and pitchers dip in the spray, a woman was there with raiment white to bathe and spread in the warm sunlight, and she told a tale to me there by the river, the tale of the queen and her evil day, how, ailing beyond allayment, within she hath bowed her head, and with shadow of silken raiment the bright brown hair bespread. For 3 long days she hath lain forlorn, her lips untainted of flesh or corn, for that secret sorrow beyond allayment that steers to the far sad shore of the dead. Some women is this, some spirit, O child of man. Doth Hecate hold thee perchance, or Pan? Doth she of the mountains work her ban, or the dread Corybantes bind thee? Others nay, is it sin that upon thee lies, sin of forgotten sacrifice, in thine own Dictynna's sea wild eyes? Who in Limna here can find thee, for the deep's dry floor is her easy way, and she moves in the salt wet whirl of the spray. Other women, or doth the lord of Euripides race, thy Theseus, watch for a fairer face, for secret arms in a silent place, far from thy love or chiding? Others, or if they're landed, amid the loud hum of Pyrrhus' sailor crowd, some cretan venturer, weary-browed, who bears to the queen some tiding, some far home grief, that hath bowed her low, and chained her soul to a bed of woe. An older woman, nay, no yet not, this burden hath alway lain on the devious being of woman, yet, burdens twain, the burden of wild will and the burden of pain. Through my heart once that wind of terror sped, but I, in fear confessed, cried from the dark to her in heavenly bliss, the helper of pain, the bow-maid Artemis, whose feet I praise forever, where they tread far off among the blessed. The leader, but see, the queen's grey nurse at the door, sad-eyed and sterner, methinks, than of yore with the queen. Doth she lead her hither to the wind and sun? Ah, fain would I know what strange betiding hath blanched that brow and made that young life wither. The nurse comes out from the central door followed by Phaedra, who is supported by 2 handmaids. They make ready a couch for Phaedra to lie upon. Nurse, oh sick and sore are the days of men. What wouldst thou? What shall I change again? Here is the sun for thee, here is the sky, and thy weary pillows wind-swept lie by the castle door. But the cloud of thy brow is dark, I ween, and soon thou wilt back to thy bower within, so swift to change is the path of thy feet, and near things hateful, and far things sweet, so was it before. Oh, pain were better than tending pain. For that were single, and this is twain, with grief of heart and labour of limb. Yet all man's life is but ailing and dim, and rest upon earth comes never. But if any far-off state there be, dearer than life to mortality, the hand of the dark hath hold thereof, and mist is under and mist above. And so we are sick of life, and cling on earth to this nameless and shining thing. For other life is a fountain sealed, and the deeps below are unrevealed, and we drift on legends forever. Phaedra during this has been laid on her couch, she speaks to the handmaids. Phaedra, yes, lift me, not my head so low. There, hold my arms. Fair arms they seem, my poor limbs scarce obey me now. Take off that hood that weighs my brow, and let my long hair stream. Nurse, nay, toss not, child, so feveredly. The sickness best will win relief by quiet rest and constancy. All men have grief. Phaedra, not noticing her, oh for a deep and dewy spring, with runlets cold to draw and drink. And a great meadow blossoming, long grassed, and poplars in a ring, to rest me by the brink. Nurse, nay, child. Shall strangers hear this tone so wild, and thoughts so fever flown? Phaedra, oh, take me to the mountain. Oh, past the great pines and through the wood, up where the lean hounds softly go, a whine for wild things' blood, and madly flies the dappled roe. O God, to shout and speed them there, an arrow by my chestnut hair drawn tight, and one keen glimmering spear, ah! If I could. Nurse, what wouldst thou with them? Fancies all, thy hunting and thy fountain brink. What wouldst thou? By the city wall canst hear our own brook plash and fall downhill, if thou wouldst drink. Phaedra, O mistress of the sea-lawn mere where horse hoofs beat the sand and sing, O Artemis, that I were there to tame Enetian steeds and steer swift chariots in the ring. Nurse, nay, mountainward, but now thy hands yearned out, with craving for the chase, and now toward the unsea's wept sands thou roamest, where the coursers pace. O wild young steed, what prophet knows the power that holds thy curb, and throws thy swift heart from its race? At these words Phaedra gradually recovers herself and pays attention. Phaedra, what have I said? Woe's me! And where gone straying from my wholesome mind? What? Did I fall in some god's snare? Nurse, veil my head again, and blind mine eyes. There is a tear behind that lash. Oh, I am sick with shame. But it hath a sting, to come to reason, yet the name of madness is an awful thing. Could I but die in one swift flame, unthinking, unknowing. Nurse, I veil thy face, child. Would that so mine own were veiled for evermore, so sore I love thee. Though the law of long life mocks me, and I know how love should be a lightsome thing not rooted in the deep o' the heart, with gentle ties, to twine apart if need so call, or closer cling. Why do I love thee so? O fool, O fool! The heart that bleeds for twain, and builds, men tell us, walls of pain, to walk by love's unswerving rule, the same forever, stern and true. For thorough is no word of peace, tease naught too much makes trouble cease. And many a wise man bows thereto. The leader of the chorus here approaches the nurse. Leader, nurse of our queen, thou watcher old and true, we see her great affliction, but no clue have we to learn the sickness. Wouldst thou tell the name and sort thereof, 'twould like us well. Nurse, small leechcraft have I, and she tells no man. Leader, thou knowest no cause, nor when the unrest began. Nurse, it all comes to the same. She will not speak. Leader, turning and looking at Phaedra. How she is changed and wasted. And how weak. Nurse, 'tis the third day she hath fasted utterly. Leader, what, is she mad? Or doth she seek to die? Nurse, I know not. But to death it sure must lead. Leader, 'tis strange that Theseus takes her of no heed. Nurse, she hides her wound, and vows it is not so. Leader, can he not look into her face and know? Nurse, nay, he is on a journey these last days. Leader, canst thou not force her, then? Or think of ways to trap the secret of the sick heart's pain? Nurse, have I not tried all ways, and all in vain? Yet will I cease not now, and thou shalt tell if in her grief I serve my mistress well. She goes across to where Phaedra lies, and presently, while speaking, kneels by her dot. Dear daughter mine, all that before was said let both of us forget, and thou instead be kindlier, and unlock that prisoned brow. And I, who followed then the wrong road, now will leave it and be wiser. If thou fear some secret sickness, there be women here to give thee comfort. Phaedra shakes her head. No, not secret. Then is it a sickness meet for aid of men? Speak, that a leech may tend thee. Silent still. Nay, child, what profits silence? If 'tis ill this that I counsel, makes me see the wrong, if well, then yield to me. Nay, child, I long for one kind word, one look. Phaedra lies motionless. The nurse rises. Oh, woe is me! Women, we labor here all fruitlessly, all as far off as ever from her heart. She ever scorned me, and now hears no part of all my prayers. Turning to Phaedra again. Nay, hear thou shalt, and be, if so thou will, more wild than the wild sea, but know, thou art thy little one's betrayer. If thou die now, shall child of thine be heir to Theseus' castle? Nay, not thine, I ween, but hers. That barbed Amazonian queen hath left a child to bend thy children low, a bastard royal-hearted, say'st not so, Hippolytus? Phaedra, ah! She starts up, sitting, and throws the veil off. Dot. Nurse, that stings thee. Phaedra, nurse, most sore thou hast hurt me. In God's name, speak that name no more. Nurse, thou seest. Thy mind is clear, but with thy mind thou wilt not save thy children, nor be kind to thine own life. Phaedra, my children. Nay, most dear, I love them, far, far other grief is here. Nurse, after a pause, wondering, thy hand is clean, O child, from stain of blood. Phaedra, my hand is clean, but is my heart, O God? Nurse, some enemy's spell hath made thy spirit dim. Phaedra, he hates me not that slays me, nor I him. Nurse, Theseus, the king, thronged thee in man's wise. Phaedra, ah, could but I stand guiltless in his eyes. Nurse, oh speak. What is this death-fraught mystery? Phaedra, nay, leave me to my wrong. I wrong not thee. Nurse, suddenly throwing herself in supplication at Phaedra's feet, not wrong me, whom thou wouldst all desolate leave. Phaedra, rising and trying to move away, what wouldst thou? Force me? Clinging to my sleeve? Nurse, yet, to thy knees, and weep, and let not go. Phaedra, woe to thee, woman, if thou learn it, woe. Nurse, I know no bitterer woe than losing thee. Phaedra, yet the deed shall honor me. Nurse, why hide what honors thee? 'tis all I claim. Phaedra, why, so I build up honor out of shame? Nurse, then speak, and higher still thy fame shall stand. Phaedra, go, in God's name, nay, leave me, loose my hand. Nurse, never, until thou grant me what I pray. Phaedra, yielding, after a pause, so be it. I dare not tear that hand away. Nurse, rising and releasing Phaedra, tell all thou wilt, daughter. I speak no more. Phaedra, after a long pause, mother, poor mother, that didst love so sore. Nurse, what meanest thou, child? The wild bull of the tide. Phaedra, and thou, sad sister, Dionysius' bride. Nurse, child, wouldst thou shame the house where thou wast born? Phaedra, and I the third, sinking most all forlorn. Nurse, to herself, I am all lost and feared. What will she say? Phaedra, from there my grief comes, not from yesterday. Nurse, I come no nearer to thy parable. Phaedra, oh, would that thou couldst tell what I must tell. Nurse, I am no seer in things I wot not of. Phaedra, again hesitating, what is it that they mean, who say men love? Nurse, a thing most sweet, my child, yet dolorous. Phaedra, only the half, belike, hath fallen on us. Nurse, starting, on thee. Love, oh, what sayest thou? What man's son? Phaedra, what man's? There was a queen, an Amazon. Nurse, Hippolytus, sayest thou? Phaedra, again wrapping her face in the veil, nay, 'twas thou, not I. Phaedra sinks back on the couch and covers her face again. The nurse starts violently from her and walks up and down. Nurse, O God! What wilt thou say, child? Wouldst thou try to kill me? Oh, 'tis more than I can bear, women. I will no more of it, this glare of hated day, this shining of the sky. I will fling down my body, and let it lie till life be gone. Women, God rest with you, my works are over. For the pure and true are forced to evil, against their own heart's vow, and love it. She suddenly sees the statue of Cypris, and stands with her eyes riveted upon it. Ah, Cyprian! No god art thou, but more than God, and greater, that hath thrust me and my queen and all our house to dust. She throws herself on the ground close to the statue. Chorus, some women, O women, have ye heard? Nay, dare ye hear the desolate cry of the young queen's misery? A woman, my queen, I love thee dear, yet liefer were I dead than framed like thee. Others, woe, woe to me for this thy bitter bane, surely the food man feeds upon is pain. Others, how wilt thou bear thee through this livelong day, lost, and thine evil naked to the light? Strange things are close upon us, who shall say how strange, save one thing that is plain to sight, the stroke of the Cyprian and the fall thereof on thee, thou child of the isle of fearful love. Phaedra during this has risen from the couch and comes forward collectedly. As she speaks, the nurse gradually rouses herself, and listens more calmly. Phaedra, O women, dwellers in this portal seat of Pelops' land, gazing towards my Crete, how oft, in other days than these, have I through night's long hours thought of man's misery, and how this life is wrecked. And, to mine eyes, not in man's knowledge, not in wisdom, lies the lack that makes for sorrow. Nay, we scan and know the right, for witteth many a man, but will not to the last end strive and serve. For some grow too soon weary, and some swerve to other paths, setting before the right the diverse far-off image of delight, and many are delights beneath the sun. Long hours of converse, and to sit alone musing, a deadly happiness, and shame, though two things there be hidden in one name, and shame can be slow poison if it will. This is the truth I saw then, and see still, nor is there any magic that can stain that white truth for me, or make me blind again. Come, I will show thee how my spirit hath moved. When the first stab came, and I knew I loved, I cast about how best to face mine ill. And the first thought that came, was to be still and hide my sickness. For no trust there is in man's tongue, that so well admonishes and counsels and betrays, and waxes fat with griefs of its own gathering. After that I would my madness bravely bear, and try to conquer by mine own heart's purity. My third mind, when these two availed me naught to quell love, was to die, motion of protest among the women. The best thought, gainsay me not, of all that man can say. I would not have mine honor hidden away, why should I have my shame before men's eyes kept living? And I knew, in deadly wise, shame was the deed and shame the suffering, and I a woman, to face the thing, despised of all. Oh, utterly accursed be she of women, who so dared the first to cast her honor out to a strange man. 'Twas in some great house, surely, that began this plague upon us, then the baser kind, when the good led towards evil, followed blind and joyous. Cursed be they whose lips are clean and wise and seemly, but their hearts within rank with bad daring. How can they, O thou that walkest on the waves, great Cyprian, how smile in their husbands' faces, and not fall, not cower before the darkness that knows all? I dread the dead still chambers, lest one day the stones find voice, and all be finished. Nay, friends, 'tis for this I die, lest I stand there having shamed my husband and the babes I bear. In ancient Athens they shall some day dwell, my babes, free men, free-spoken, honorable, Euripides, and when one asks their mother, proud of me. For, oh, it cows a man, though bold he be, to know a mother's or a father's sin. 'Tis written, one way is there, one, to win this life's race, could man keep it from his birth, a true clean spirit. And through all this earth to every false man, that hour comes apace when time holds up a mirror to his face, and girl-like, marveling, there he stares to see how foul his heart. Be it not so with me. Leader of chorus, God, how sweet is virtue, and how wise, and honor its due meed in all men's eyes. Nurse, who has now risen and recovered herself, mistress, a sharp swift terror struck me low a moment since, hearing of this thy woe. But now, I was a coward. And men say our second thought the wiser is alway. This is no monstrous thing, no grief too dire to meet with quiet thinking. In her ire a most strong goddess hath swept down on thee. Thou lovest. Is that so strange? Many there be beside thee. And because thou lovest, wilt fall and die. And must all lovers die, then? All that are or shall be a blithe law for them. Nay, when in might she swoops, no strength can stem Cypris, and if man yields him, she is sweet, but is he proud and stubborn. From his feet she lifts him, and, how think you, flings to scorn. She ranges with the stars of eve and morn, she wanders in the heaving of the sea, and all life lives from her dot. Ay, this is she that sows love's seed and brings love's fruit to birth, and great love's brethren are all we on earth. Nay, they who con grey books of ancient days or dwell among the muses, tell, and praise, how Zeus himself once yearned for Semele, how maiden Eos in her radiancy swept Cephalos to heaven away, away, foresaw love's Bacchae. And there they dwell, men say, and fear not, fret not, for a thing too stern hath met and crushed them. And must thou, then, turn and struggle? Sprang there from thy father's blood thy little soul all lonely? Or the God that rules thee, is he other than our gods? Nay, yield thee to men's ways, and kiss their rods. How many, deemest thou, of men good and wise know their own homes blot, and avert their eyes? How many fathers, when a son has strayed and toiled beneath the Cyprian, bring him aid, not chiding? And man's wisdom earth been to keep what is not good to see, unseen. A straight and perfect life is not for man, nay, in a shut house, let him, if he can, mid sheltered rooms, make all lines true. But here, out in the wide sea fallen, and full of fear, hopest thou so easily to swim to land? Canst thou but set thine ill days on one hand and more good days on the other, verily, O child of woman, life is well with thee. She pauses, and then draws nearer to Phaedra. Nay, dear my daughter, cease thine evil mind, cease thy fierce pride. For pride it is, and blind, to seek to outpass gods, love on and dare, a god hath willed it. And, since pain is there, make the pain sleep. Songs are there to bring calm, and magic words. And I shall find the balm, be sure, to heal thee. Else in sore dismay were men, could not we women find our way. Leader of the chorus, help is there, Queen, in all this woman says, to ease thy suffering. But tease thee I praise, albeit that praise is harder to thine ear than all her chiding was, and bitterer. Phaedra, oh, this it is hath flung to dogs and birds men's lives and homes and cities fair false word. Oh, why speak things to please our ears? We crave not that. 'Tis honor, honor, we must save. Nurse, why prate so proud? 'Tis no words, brave nor base thou cravest, 'tis a man's arms. Phaedra moves indignantly. Up and face the truth of what thou art, and name it straight. Were not thy life thrown open here for fate to beat on, hadst thou been a woman pure or wise or strong, never had I for lure of joy nor heartache led thee on to this. But when a whole life one great battle is, to win or lose, no man can blame me then. Phaedra, shame on thee! Lock those lips, and ne'er again let word nor thought so foul have harbour there. Nurse foul, if thou wilt, but better than the fair for thee and me. And better, too, the deed behind them, if it save thee in thy need, than that word honour thou wilt die to win. Phaedra, nay, in God's name, such wisdom and such sin are all about thy lips, urge me no more. For all the soul within me is wrought o'er by love, and if thou speak and speak, I may be spent, and drift where now I shrink away. Nurse well, if thou wilt, 'twere best never to err, but, having erred, to take a counsellor is second. Mark me now. I have within love philters, to make peace where storm hath been, that, with no shame, no scathe of mind, shall save thy life from anguish, wilt but thou be brave. To herself, rejecting. Ah, but from him, the well-beloved, some sign we need, or word, or aiment's hem, to twine amid the charm, and one spell knit from twain. Phaedra, is it a potion or a salve? Be plain. Nurse, who knows? Seek to be helped, child, not to know. Phaedra, why art thou ever subtle? I dread thee, so. Nurse, thou wouldst dread everything, what dost thou dread? Phaedra, least to his ear some word be whispered. Nurse, let be, child. I will make all well with thee. Only do thou, O Cyprian of the sea, be with me. And mine own heart, come what may, shall know what ear to seek, what word to say. The nurse, having spoken these last words in prayer apart to the statue of Cypris, turns back and goes into the house. Phaedra sits pensive again on her couch till towards the end of the following song, when she rises and bends close to the door. Chorus: Eros, Eros, who blindest, tear by tear, men's eyes with hunger, thou swift foe that pliest deep in our hearts joy like an edged spear, come not to me with evil haunting near, wrath on the wind, nor jarring of the clear wings music as thou fliest. There is no shaft that burneth, not in fire, not in wild stars, far off and flinging fear, as in thine hands the shaft of all desire, Eros, child of the highest. In vain, by old Alpheus' shore the blood of many bulls doth stain the river and all Greece bows on Phoebus' Pythian floor, yet bring we to the Master of man no store, the key-bearer, who standeth at the door close barred, where hideth ever the heart of the shrine. Yet, though he sack man's life like a sacked city, and moveth evermore girt with calamity and strange ways of strife, him have we worshipped never. There roamed a steed in Aeschalia's wild, a maid without yoke, without master, and love she knew not, that far king's child, but he came, with a song in the night. With fire, with blood, and she strove in flight, a torrent spirit, a Maenad white, faster and vainly faster, sealed unto Heracles by the Cyprian's might. Alas, thou bride of disaster! O mouth of Dis, O God-built wall, that Dis' wells run under, ye know the Cyprian's fleet footfall. Ye saw the heavens around her flare, when she lulled to her sleep that mother fair of Twy-born Bacchus, and decked her there the bride of the blade thunder. For her breath is on all that hath life, and she floats in the air, bee-like, death-like, a wonder. During the last lines Phaedra has approached the door and is listening. Phaedra, silence ye women. Something is amiss. Leader, how? In the house, Phaedra, what fear is this? Phaedra, let me but listen. There are voices. Hark! Leader, I hold my peace, yet is thy presage dark. Phaedra, O misery! O God, that such a thing should fall on me. Leader, what sound, what word, O women, friend, makes that sharp terror start out at thy lips? What ominous cry half heard hath leapt upon thine heart? Phaedra, I am undone. Bend to the door and hark, hark what a tone sounds there, and sinks away. Leader, thou art beside the bars. 'Tis thine to mark the castle's floating message. Say, oh, say what thing hath come to thee. Phaedra, calmly, why, what thing should it be? The son of that proud Amazon speaks again in bitter wrath, speaks to my handmaiden. Leader, I hear a noise of voices, nothing clear. For thee the din hath words, as through barred locks floating, at thy heart it knocks. Phaedra, pander of sin, it says. Now canst thou hear, and there, betrayer of a master's bed. Leader, army, betrayed. Betrayed. Sweet princess, thou art ill bested, thy secret brought to light, and ruin near, by her thou heldest dear, by her that should have loved thee and obeyed. Phaedra, I am slain. She thought to help my fall with love instead of honor, and wrecked all. Leader, where wilt thou turn thee, where? And what help seek, O wounded to despair? Phaedra, I know not, save one thing, to die right soon. For such as me God keeps no other boon. The door in the center bursts open, and Hippolytus comes forth, closely followed by the nurse. Phaedra cowers aside. Hippolytus, O Mother Earth, O Sun that makest clean, what poison have I heard, what speechless sin? Nurse, hush, O my prince, lest others mark, and guess. Hippolytus, I have heard horrors. Shall I hold my peace? Nurse, yea, by this fair right arm, son, by thy pledge. Hippolytus, down with that hand. Touch not my garment's edge. Nurse, O, by thy knees, be silent or I die. Hippolytus, why, when thy speech was all so guiltless? Why? Nurse, it is not meet, fair son, for every ear. Hippolytus, good words can bravely forth, and have no fear. Nurse, thine oath, thine oath. I took thine oath before. Hippolytus, 'twas but my tongue, 'twas not my soul that swore. Nurse, O son, what wilt thou? Wilt thou slay thy kin? Hippolytus, I own no kindred with the spawn of sin. He flings her from him. Nurse, nay, spare me. Man was born to err, oh, spare. Hippolytus, O God, why hast thou made this gleaming snare, woman, to dog us on the happy earth? Was it thy will to make man, why his birth through love and woman? Could we not have rolled our store of prayer and offering, royal gold, silver and weight of bronze before thy feet, and bought of God new child souls, as were meet for each man's sacrifice, and dwelt in homes free, where nor love nor woman goes and comes. How is that daughter not a bane confessed, whom her own sire sends forth? He knows her best. And, will some man but take her, pays a dower. And he, poor fool, takes home the poison flower, laughs to hang jewels on the deadly thing he joys in, labors for her robe wearing, till wealth and peace are dead. He smarts the less in whose high seat is set a nothingness, a woman naught availing. Worst of all the wise deep-thoughted. Never in my hall may she sit throned who thinks and waits and sighs. For Cypris breeds most evil in the wise, and least in her whose heart has naught within, for puny wit can work but puny sin. Why do we let their handmaids pass the gate? Wild beasts were best, voiceless and fanged, to wait about their rooms, that they might speak with none, nor ever hear one answering human tone. But now dark women in still chambers lay plans that creep out into light of day on handmaids' lips, turning to the nurse. As thine accursed head braved the high honor of my father's bed, and came to traffic, our white torrent's spray shall drench mine ears to wash those words away. And couldst thou dream that I feel impure still at the very hearing? Know for sure, woman, naught but mine honor saves ye both. Hadst thou not trapped me with that guileful oath, no power had held me secret till the king knew all. But now, while he is journeying, I too will go my ways and make no sound. And when he comes again, I shall be found beside him, silent, watching with what grace thou and thy mistress shall greet him face to face. Then shall I have the taste of it, and know what woman's guile is. Woe upon you, woe! How can I too much hate you, while the ill ye work upon the world grows deadlier still? Too much. Make women pure, and wild love tame, or let me cry forever on their shame. He goes off in fury to the left. Phaedra, still cowering in her place, begins to sob. Phaedra, sad, sad and evil-starred is woman's state. What shelter now is left or guard? What spell to loose the iron knot of fate? And this thing, O my God, O thou sweet sunlight, is but my desert. I cannot fly before the avenging rod falls, cannot hide my hurt. What help, O ye who love me, can come near? What god or man appear, to aid a thing so evil and so lost? Lost, for this anguish presses, soon or late, to that swift river that no life hath crossed. No woman ever lived so desolate. Leader of the chorus army, the time for deeds is gone, the boast proved vain that spake thine handmaid, and all lost. At these words Phaedra suddenly remembers the nurse, who is cowering silently where Hippolytus had thrown her from him. She turns upon her. Phaedra, O wicked, wicked, wicked! Murderess heart to them that loved thee! Hast thou played thy part? Am I enough trod down? May Zeus, my sire, blast and uproot thee! Stab thee dead with fire! Said I not, knew I not thine heart, to name to no one soul this that is now my shame? And thou couldst not be silent. So no more I die in honor. But enough, a store of new words must be spoke and new things thought. This man's whole being to one blade is wrought of rage against me. Even now he speeds to abase me to the king with thy misdeeds. Tell Hippolytus, fill the land with talk of sin. Cursed be thou, and whoso else leaps in to bring bad aid to friends that want it not. The nurse has raised herself, and faces Phaedra, downcast but calm. Nurse mistress, thou blamest me, and all thy lot so bitter sore is, and the sting so wild, I bear withal. Yet, if I would, my child, I have mine answer, couldst thou hearken aught. I nursed thee, and I love thee, and I sought only some balm to heal thy deep despair, and found not what I sought for. Else I were wise, and thy friend, and good, had all sped right. So fares it with us all in the world's sight. Phaedra first stab me to the heart, then humour me with words. 'Tis fair, 'tis all as it should be. Nurse, we talk too long, child. I did ill, but, oh, there is a way to save thee, even so. Phaedra, a way. No more ways. One way hast thou trod already, foul and false and loathed of God. Begone out of my sight, and ponder how thine own life stands. I need no helpers now. She turns from the nurse, who creeps abashed away into the castle. Only do ye, high daughters of Trojan, let all ye here be as it had not been, know naught, and speak of naught. 'Tis my last prayer. Leader by God's pure daughter, Artemis, I swear, no word will I of these thy griefs reveal. Phaedra, 'tis well. But now, yea, even while I reel and falter, one poor hope, as hope now is, I clutch at in this coil of miseries, to save some honour for my children's Bacchae, yet, for myself some fragment, though things break in ruin around me. Nay, I will not shame the old proud Cretan castle whence I came, I will not cower before King Theseus' eyes, abased, for want of one life's sacrifice. Leader, what wilt thou? Some dire deed beyond recall. Phaedra, musing, die, but how die? Leader, let not such wild words fall. Phaedra, turning upon her, give thou not such light counsel. Let me be to sate the Cyprian that is murdering me. Today shall be her day, and, all strife past, her bitter love shall quell me at the last. Yet, dying, shall I die another's bane. He shall not stand so proud where I have lain bent in the dust. Oh, he shall stoop to share the life I live in, and learn mercy there. She goes off wildly into the castle. Chorus, could I take me to some cavern for mine hiding, in the hilltops where the sun scarce hath trod, or a cloud make the home of mine abiding, as a bird among the bird droves of God. Could I wing me to my rest amid the roar of the deep Adriatic on the shore, where the waters of Eridanus are clear, and Phaethon's sad sisters by his grave weep into the river, and each tear gleams, a drop of amber, in the wave. To the strand of the daughters of the sunset, the apple tree, the singing and the gold, where the mariner must stay him from his onset, and the red wave is tranquil as of old, yet, beyond that pillar of the end that Atlas guardeth, would I wend. where a voice of living waters never ceaseth, in God's quiet garden by the sea, and earth, the ancient life-giver, increaseth joy among the meadows, like a tree. O Shallop of Crete, whose milk-white wing through the swell and the storm beating, bore us thy prince's daughter, was it well she came from a joyous home to a far king's bridal across the foam? What joyeth her bridal brought her? Sure some spell upon either hand flew with thee from the Cretan strand, seeking Athena's tower divine, and there, where Munychus fronts the brine, crept by the shore-flung cable's line, the curse from the Cretan water. And for that dark spell that about her clings, sick desires of forbidden things the soul of her rend and sever, the bitter tide of calamity hath risen above her lips, and she, where bends she her last endeavor? She will hie her alone to her bridal room, and a rope swing slow in the rafters' gloom, and a fair white neck shall creep to the noose, a shudder with dread, yet firm to choose the one straight way for fame, and lose the love and the pain forever. The voice of the nurse is heard from within, crying, at first inarticulately, then clearly. Voice, help ho! The Queen. Help, ho, so hearkeneth. Help! Theseus' spouse caught in a noose of death. A woman god, is it so soon finished? That bright head swinging beneath the rafters. Phaedra dead. Voice, O haste! This knot about her throat is made so fast. Will no one bring me a swift blade? A woman say, friends, what think ye? Should we haste within, and from her own hands knotting loose the queen? Another, nay, are there not men there? 'Tis an ill road in life, to finger at another's load. Voice, let it lie straight. Alas! The cold white thing that guards his empty castle for the king. A woman, let it lie straight. Heard ye what she said? No need for helpers now, the queen is dead. The women, intent upon the voices from the castle, have not noticed the approach of Theseus. He enters from the left, his dress and the garland on his head show that he has returned from some oracle or special abode of a god. He stands for a moment perplexed. Theseus, ho, women, and what means this loud acclaim within the house? The vassal's outcry came to smite mine ears far off. It were more meet to fling out wide the castle gates, and greet with a joy held from God's presence. The confusion and horror of the women's faces gradually affects him. A dirge cry comes from the castle. How? Not Pittheus. Hath time struck that hoary brow? Old is he, old, I know. But sore it were, returning thus, to find his empty chair. The women hesitate, then the leader comes forward. Leader, O Theseus, not on any old man's head this stroke falls. Young and tender is the dead. Theseus, ye gods! One of my children torn from me. Leader, thy motherless children live, most grievously. Theseus, how say'st thou? What? My wife? Say how she died. Leader, in a high death not that her own hands tied. Theseus, a fit of the old cold anguish. Tell me all, that held her. or did some fresh thing befall? Leader, we know no more. But now arrived we be, Theseus, to mourn for thy calamity. Theseus stays for a moment silent, and puts his hand on his brow. He notices the wreath. Theseus, what? And all garlanded I come to her with flowers, most evil-starred God's messenger. Ho, varlets, loose the portal bars, undo the bolts, and let me see the bitter view of her whose death hath brought me to mine own. The great central door of the castle is thrown open wide, and the body of Phaedra is seen lying on a bier, surrounded by a group of handmaids, wailing. The handmaids are me, what thou hast suffered and hast done, a deed to wrap this roof in flame. Why was thine hand so strong, thine heart so bold? Wherefore? O dead in anger, dead in shame, the long, long wrestling ere thy breath was cold. O ill-starred wife, what brought this blackness over all thy life? A throng of men and women has gradually collected. Theseus' army, this is the last, hear, O my countrymen, and bitterest of Theseus' labours. Fortune all unblessed, how hath thine heavy heel across me passed? Is it the stain of sins done long ago, some fell god still remembereth, that must so dim and fret my life with death? I cannot win to shore, and the waves flow above mine eyes, to be surmounted not. Ah wife, sweet wife, what name can fit thine heavy lot? Gone like a wild bird, like a blowing flame, in one swift gust, where all things are forgot. Alas! This misery! Sure 'tis some stroke of God's great anger rolled from age to age on me, for some dire sin wrought by dim kings of old. Leader, sire, this great grief hath come to many an one, a true wife lost. Thou art not all alone. Theseus, deep, deep beneath the earth, dark may my dwelling be, and night my heart's one comrade, in the dearth, O love, of thy most sweet society. This is my death, O Phaedra, more than thine. He turns suddenly on the attendants. Speak who speak can. What was it? What malign swift stroke, O heart discounselled, leapt on thee? He bends over Phaedra, then, as no one speaks, looks fiercely up. What, will ye speak? Or are they dumb as death, this herd of thralls, my high house harboureth? There is no answer. He bends again over Phaedra. Some women, woe, woe! God brings to birth a new grief here, close on the other's tread. My life hath lost its worth. May all go now with what is finished. The castle of my king is overthrown, a house no more, a house vanished and gone. Other women, O God, if it may be in any way, let not this house be wrecked. Help us who pray. I know not what is here, some unseen thing that shows the bird of evil on the wing. Theseus has read the tablet and breaks out in uncontrollable emotion. Theseus, oh, horror piled on horror, here is writ. Nay, who could bear it, who could speak of it? Leader, what, O my king? If I may hear it, speak. Theseus, doth not the tablet cry aloud, yet, shriek, things not to be forgotten, oh, to fly and hide mine head. No more a man, oh my God, what ghastly music echoes here. Leader, how wild thy voice! Some terrible thing is near. Theseus, no, my lips' gates will hold it back no more, this deadly word, that struggles on the brink and will not o'er, yet will not stay unheard. He raises his hand, to make proclamation to all present. Ho, hearken all this land. The people gather expectantly about him. Hippolytus by violence hath laid hand on this my wife, forgetting God's great eye. Murmurs of amazement and horror. Theseus, apparently calm, raises both arms to heaven. Therefore, O thou my father, hear my cry, Poseidon. Thou didst grant me for mine own 3 prayers, for one of these, slay now my son, Hippolytus, let him not outlive this day, if true thy promise was. Lo, thus I pray. Leader, O, call that wild prayer back. O King, take heed. I know that thou wilt live to rue this deed. Theseus, it may not be. And more, I cast him out from all my realms. He shall be held about by 2 great dooms. Or by Poseidon's breath he shall fall swiftly to the house of death, or wandering, outcast, o'er a strange land and sea, shall live and drain the cup of misery. Leader, see. Here comes he at the point of need. Shake off that evil mood, O King, have heed for all thine house and folk, great Theseus, hear. Theseus stands silent in fierce gloom. Hippolytus comes in from the right. Hippolytus, father, I heard thy cry, and sped in fear to help thee, but I see not yet the cause that racked thee so. Say, father, what it was. The murmurs in the crowd, the silent gloom of his father, and the horror of the chorus women gradually work on Hippolytus and bewilder him. He catches sight of the bier. Ah, what is that? Nay, father, not the queen dead. Murmurs in the crowd. 'Tis most strange. 'Tis passing strange, I ween. 'Twas here I left her. Scarce an hour athrun since here she stood and looked on this same sun. What is it with her? Wherefore did she die? Theseus remains silent. The murmurs increase. Father, to thee I speak. Oh, tell me, why art thou silent? What doth silence know of skill to stem the bitter flood of woe? And human hearts in sorrow crave the more, for knowledge, though the knowledge grieve them sore. It is not love, to veil thy sorrows in from one most near to thee, and more than kin. Theseus, to himself, fond race of men, so striving and so blind, 10,000 arts and wisdoms can ye find, desiring all and all imagining, but ne'er have reached nor understood one thing, to make a true heart there where no heart is. Hippolytus, that were indeed beyond man's mysteries, to make a false heart true against his will. But why this subtle talk? It likes me ill, father, thy speech runs wild beneath this blow. Theseus, as before, O would that God had given us here below some test of love, some sifting of the soul, to tell the false and true. Or through the whole of men 2 voices ran, one true and right, the other as chance willed it, that we might convict the liar by the true man's tone, and not live duped forever, every one. Hippolytus, misunderstanding him, then guessing at something of the truth, what hath some friend proved false, or in thine ear whispered some slander? Stand I tainted here, though utterly innocent. Murmurs from the crowd. Yet, dazed am I, tease thy words daze me, falling all awry, away from reason, by fell fancies vexed. Theseus, O heart of man, what height wilt venture next? What end comes to thy daring and thy crime? For if with each man's life 'twill higher climb, and every age break out in blood and lies beyond its fathers, must not God devise some new world far from ours, to hold therein such brood of all unfaithfulness and sin? Look, all, upon this man, my son, his life sprung forth from mine. He hath defiled my wife, and standeth here convicted by the dead, a most black villain. Hippolytus falls back with a cry and covers his face with his robe. Nay, hide not thine head. Pollution, is it? Thee it will not stain. Look up, and face thy Father's eyes again. Thou friend of gods, of all mankind elect, thou the pure heart, by thoughts of ill unflecked. I care not for thy boasts. I am not mad, to deem that gods love best the base and bad. Now is thy day. Now vaunt thee, thou so pure, no flesh of life may pass thy lips. Now allure fools after thee, call Orpheus king and lord, make ecstasies and wonders. Thumb thine hoard of ancient scrolls and ghostly mysteries, now thou art caught and known. Shun men like these, I charge ye all. With solemn words they chase their prey, and in their hearts plot foul disgrace. My wife is dead. Ha! So that saves thee now, that is what grips thee worst, thou caitiff, thou. What oaths, what subtle words, shall stronger be than this dead hand, to clear the guilt from thee? She hated thee, thou sayest, the bastard born is ever sore and bitter as a thorn to the true brood. A sorry bargainer in the ills and goods of life thou makest her, if all her best beloved she cast away to wreak blind hate on thee. What wilt thou say through every woman's nature one blind strand of passion winds, that men scarce understand? Are we so different? Know I not the fire and perilous flood of a young man's desire, desperate as any woman, and as blind, when cypress stings? Save that the man behind has all men's strength to aid him. Nay, 'twas thou. But what avail to wrangle with thee now, when the dead speaks for all to understand, a perfect witness? Hie thee from this land to exile with all speed. Come never more to God-built Athens, not to the utmost shore of any realm where Theseus' arm is strong. What? Shall I bow my head beneath this wrong, and cower to thee? Not Isthmian sin is so, will bear men witness that I laid him low, nor Skiron's rocks, that share the salt sea's prey, grant that my hand doth wait vile things to slay. Leader, alas! Whom shall I call of mortal men happy? The highest are cast down again. Hippolytus, father, the hot strained fury of thy heart is terrible. Yet, albeit so swift thou art of speech, if all this matter were laid bare, speech were not then so swift, nay, nor so fair. Murmurs again in the crowd. I have no skill before a crowd to tell my thoughts. 'Twere best with few, that know me well. Nay, that is natural. Tongues that sound but rude in wise men's ears, speak to the multitude with music. None the less, since there is come this stroke upon me, I must not be dumb, but speak perforce. And there will I begin where thou beganst, as though to strip my sin naked, and I not speak a word. Dost see this sunlight and this earth? I swear to thee there dwelleth not in these one man. Deny all that thou wilt, more pure of sin than I. Two things I know on earth, God's worship first, next to win friends about me, few, that thirst to hold them clean of all unrighteousness. Our rule doth curse the tempters, and no less who yieldeth to the tempters. How, thou sayest, dupes that I jest at? Nay, I make a jest of no man. I am honest to the end, near or far off, with him I call my friend. And most in that one thing, where now thy mesh would grip me, stainless quite. No woman's flesh hath e'er this body touched. Of all such deed naught what I, save what things a man may read in pictures or hear spoke, nor am I fain, being virgin-souled, to read or hear again. My life of innocence moves thee not, so be it. Show then what hath seduced me, let me see it. Was that poor flesh so passing fair, beyond all woman's loveliness? Was I some fond false plotter, that I schemed to win through her thy castles, Adam? Fond indeed I were. Nay, a stark madman. But a crown thou sayest, usurped, is sweet. Nay, rather most unblissed to all wise-hearted, sweet to fools and them whose eyes are blinded by the diadem. In contests of all valor fain would I lead Hellas, but in rank and majesty not lead, but be at ease, with good men near to love me, free to work and not to fear. That brings more joy than any crown or throne. He sees from the demeanor of Theseus and of the crowd that his words are not winning them, but rather making them bitterer than before. It comes to his lips to speak the whole truth. I have said my say, save one thing, one alone. Oh, had I here some witness in my need, as I was witness. Could she hear me plead, face me and face the sunlight, well I know, our deeds would search us out for thee, and show who lies. But now, I swear, so hear me both, the earth beneath and Zeus who guards the oath, I never touched this woman that was thine. No words could win me to it, nor incline my heart to dream it. May God strike me down, nameless and fameless, without home or town, an outcast and a wanderer of the world. May my dead bones rest never, but be hurled from sea to land, from land to angry sea, if evil is my heart and falls to thee. He waits a moment, but sees that his father is unmoved. The truth again comes to his lips. If 'twas some fear that made her cast away her life, I know not. More I must not say. Right hath she done when in her was no right, and right I follow to mine own despite. Leader, it is enough. God's name is witness large, and thy great oath, to assoil thee of this charge. Theseus is not the man, a juggler and a midge, cool wits and one right oath, what more, to assuage sin and the wrath of injured fatherhood. Hippolytus, am I so cool? Nay, father, 'tis thy mood that makes me marvel. By my faith, wert thou the son, and I the sire, and deemed I now in very truth thou hadst my wife assailed, I had not exiled thee, nor stood and railed, but lifted once mine arm, and struck thee dead. Theseus, thou gentle judge, thou shalt not so be sped to simple death, nor by thine own decree. Swift death is bliss to men in misery. Far off, friendless forever, thou shalt drain amid strange cities the last dregs of pain. Hippolytus, wilt verily cast me now beyond thy pale, not wait for time, the lifter of the veil? Theseus, I, if I could, past Pontus, and the red Atlantic march. So do I hate thine head. Hippolytus, wilt weigh nor oath nor faith nor prophet's word to prove me? Drive me from thy sight unheard. Theseus, this tablet here, that needs no prophet's lot to speak from, tells me all. I ponder not thy fowls that fly above us. Let them fly. Hippolytus, O ye great gods, wherefore unlock not I my lips, ere yet ye have slain me utterly, ye whom I love most? No. It may not be. The one heart that I need I ne'er should gain to trust me. I should break mine oath in vain. Theseus' death. But he chokes me with his saintly tone, up, get thee from this land. Begone. Begone. Hippolytus, where shall I turn me? Think. To what friend's door betake me, banished on a charge so sore? Theseus whoso delights to welcome to his hall vile ravishers, to guard his hearth withal. Hippolytus, thou seek'st my heart, my tears. Ay, let it be thus. I am vile to all men, and to thee. Theseus, there was a time for tears and thought, the time ere thou didst up and gird thee to thy crime. Hippolytus, ye stones, will ye not speak? Ye castle walls, bear witness if I be so vile, so false. Theseus, I fly to voiceless witnesses. Yet here a dumb deed speaks against thee, and speaks clear. Hippolytus, alas! Would I could stand and watch this thing, and see my face, and weep for very pity of me. Theseus, full of thyself, as ever. Not a thought for them that gave thee birth, nay, they are naught. Hippolytus, O my wronged mother! O my birth of shame! May none I love e'er bear a bastard's name. Theseus, in a sudden blaze of rage, up, thralls, and drag him from my presence. What, 'tis but a foreign felon. Heard ye not? The thralls still hesitate in spite of his fury. Hippolytus, they touch me at their peril. Thine own hand lift, if thou canst, to drive me from the land. Theseus, that will I straight, unless my will be done. Hippolytus comes close to him and kneels. Nay, not for thee my pity. Get thee gone. Hippolytus rises, makes a sign of submission, and slowly moves away. Theseus, as soon as he sees him going, turns rapidly and enters the castle. The door is closed again. Hippolytus has stopped for a moment before the statue of Artemis, and, as Theseus departs, breaks out in prayer. Hippolytus, so it is done. O dark and miserable! I see it all, but see not how to tell the tale. O thou beloved, Leto's maid, chase comrade, fellow rester in the glade, lo, I am driven with a caitiff's brand forth from great Athens. Fare ye well, O land and city of old Euripides! Thou, Trojan, what riches of glad youth mine eyes have seen in thy broad plain! Farewell! This is the end, the last word, the last look. Come, every friend and fellow of my youth that still may stay, give me Godspeed and cheer me on my way. Ne'er shall ye see a man more pure of spot than me, though mine own father loves me not. Hippolytus goes away to the right, followed by many huntsmen and other young men. The rest of the crowd has by this time dispersed, except the women of the chorus and some men of the chorus of huntsmen. Chorus men, surely the thought of the gods hath balm in it alway, to win me far from my griefs, and a thought, deep in the dark of my mind, clings to a great understanding. Yet all the spirit within me faints, when I watch men's deeds matched with the good they find. For good comes in evil's traces, and the evil the good replaces, and life, mid the changing faces, wandereth weak and blind. Women, what wilt thou grant me, O God? Lo, this is the prayer of my travail, some well-being, and chance not very bitter thereby, spirit uncrippled by pain, and a mind not deep to unravel truth unseen, nor yet dark with the brand of a lie. With a veering mood to borrow its light from every morrow, fair friends and no deep sorrow, well could man live and die. Men, yet my spirit is no more clean, and the weft of my hope is torn, for the deed of wrong that mine eyes have seen, the lie and the rage and the scorn, a star among men, yea, a star that in Hellas was bright, by a father's wrath driven far to the wilds and the night. Oh, alas for the sands of the shore! Alas for the breaks of the hill, where the wolves shall fear thee no more, and thy cry to Dictynna is still. Women no more in the yoke of thy car shall the colts of Enetia fleet, nor Limna's echoes quiver afar to the clatter of galloping feet. The sleepless music of old, that leaped in the lyre, ceaseth now, and is cold, in the halls of thy sire. The bowers are discrowned and unladen where Artemis lay on the lea, and the love dream of many a maiden lost, in the losing of thee. A maiden and I, even I, for thy fall, O friend, amid tears and tears, endure to the end of the empty years, of a life run dry. In vain didst thou bear him, thou mother forlorn. Ye gods that did snare him, lo, I cast in your faces my hate and my scorn. Ye love-linked graces, alas for the day! Was he naught, then, to you, that ye cast him away, the stainless and true, from the old happy places? Leader, look yonder. 'Tis the prince's man, I ween, speeding toward this gate, most dark of mien. A henchman enters in haste. Henchmen, ye women, whither shall I go to seek King Theseus? is he in this dwelling? Speak. Lead alo, where he cometh through the castle gate. Theseus comes out from the castle. Henchman, O king, I bear thee tidings of dire weight to thee, I, and to every man, I ween, from Athens to the marches of Trojan. Theseus, what? Some new stroke hath touched, unknown to me, the sister cities of my sovereignty. Henchman Hippolytus is, nay, not dead, but stark outstretched, a hair's breadth this side of the dark. Theseus, as though unmoved, how slain? Was there some other man, whose wife he had like mine denied, that sought his life? Henchman, his own wild team destroyed him, and the dire curse of thy lips. The boon of thy great sire is granted thee, O king, and thy son slain. Theseus, ye gods! And thou, Poseidon! Not in vain I called thee father, thou hast heard my prayer. How did he die? Speak on. How closed the snare of heaven to slay the shamer of my blood? Henchman, 'twas by the bank of beating sea we stood, we thralls, and decked the steeds, and combed each mane, weeping, for word had come that ne'er again the foot of our Hippolytus should roam this land, but waste in exile by thy doom. So stood we till he came, and in his tone no music now save sorrows, like our own, and in his train a concourse without end of many a chase fellow and many a friend. At last he brushed his sobs away, and spake, why this fond loitering? I would not break my father's law, ho, there. My coursers four and chariot, quick. This land is mine no more. There 8, be sure, each man of us made speed. Swifter than speech we brought them up, each steed well dight and shining, at our prince's side. He grasped the reins upon the rail, one stride, and there he stood, a perfect charioteer, each foot in its own station set. Then clear his voice rose, and his arms to heaven were spread, O Zeus, if I be false, strike thou me dead. But, dead or living, let my father see one day, how falsely he hath hated me. Even as he spake, he lifted up the goad and smote, and the steeds sprang. And down the road we henchmen followed, hard beside the rein, each hand, to speed him, toward the Argive plain and Epidaurus. So we made our way up toward the desert region, where the bay curls to a promontory near the verge of our Trojan, facing the southward surge of Saron's Gulf. Just there an angry sound, slow swelling, like God's thunder underground broke on us, and we trembled. And the steeds pricked their ears skyward, and threw back their heads. And wonder came on all men, and affright, whence rose that awful voice. And swift our sight turned seaward, down the salt and roaring sand. And there, above the horizon, seemed to stand a wave unearthly, crested in the sky, till Skiron's cape first vanished from mine eye, then sank the isthmus hidden, then the rock of Epidaurus. Then it broke, one shock and roar of gasping sea and spray flung far, and shoreward swept, where stood the prince's car. 3 lines of wave together raced, and, full in the white crest of them, a wild sea bull flung to the shore, a fell and marvelous thing. The whole land held his voice, and answering roared in each echo. And all we, gazing there, gazed seeing not, 'twas more than eyes could bear. Then straight upon the team wild terror fell. Howbeit, the prince, cool-eyed and knowing well each changing mood a horse has, gripped the reins hard in both hands. Then as an oarsman strains up from his bench, so strained he on the throng, back in the chariot swinging. But the young wild steeds bit hard the curb, and fled afar, nor rein nor guiding hand nor morticed car stayed them at all. For when he veered them round, and aimed their flying feet to grassy ground, in front uprose that thing, and turned again the four great coursers, terror-mad. But when their blind rage drove them toward the rocky places, silent and ever nearer to the traces, it followed rockward, till one wheel edge grazed. The chariot tripped and flew, and all was mazed in turmoil. Up went wheel-box with a din, where the rock jagged, and nave and axle pin. And there, the long reins round him, there was he dragging, entangled irretrievably. A deer head battering at the chariot side, sharp rocks, and rippled flesh, and a voice that cried, "Stay, stay, O ye who fattened at my stalls, dash me not into nothing, O thou false curse of my father, help! Help, whoso can, an innocent and stainless man." Many there were that labored then, I wot, to bear him succor, but could reach him not, till, who knows how, at last the tangled rein unclasped him, and he fell, some little vein of life still pulsing in him. All beside, the steeds, the horned horror of the tide, had vanished, who knows where, in that wild land. O King, I am a bondsman of thine hand, yet love nor fear nor duty me shall win to say thine innocent son hath died in sin. All women born may hang themselves, for me, and swing their dying words from every tree on Ida. For I know that he was true. Leader, O God, so cometh new disaster, new despair, and no escape from what must be. Theseus' hate of the man thus stricken lifted me at first to joy at hearing of thy tale, but now, some shame before the gods, some pale pity for mine own blood, hath o'er me come. I laugh not, neither weep, at this fell doom. Henchman, how then behoves it bear him here, or how best do thy pleasure, speak, Lord. Yet if thou wilt mark at all my word, thou wilt not be fierce-hearted to thy child in misery. Theseus, bring him hither. Let me see the face of him who durst deny my deep disgrace and his own sin, yet speak with him, and prove his clear guilt by God's judgments from above. The henchman departs to fetch Hippolytus. Theseus sits waiting in stern gloom, while the chorus sing. At the close of their song a divine figure is seen approaching on a cloud in the air, and the voice of Artemis speaks. Chorus, thou comest to bend the pride of the hearts of God and man, Cypris, and by thy side, in earth encircling span, he of the changing plumes, the wing that the world illumes, as over the leagues of land flies he, over the salt and sounding sea. For mad is the heart of love, and gold the gleam of his wing, and all to the spell thereof bend, when he makes his spring, all life that is wild and young in mountain and wave and stream, all that of earth is sprung, or breathes in the red sunbeam, yea, and mankind. O'er all a royal throne, Cyprian, Cyprian, is thine alone. A voice from the cloud, O thou that rulest in Aegeus' hall, I charge thee, hearken. Yea, it is I, Artemis, Virgin of God Most High. Thou bitter king, art thou glad withal for thy murdered son? For thine ear bent low to a lying queen, for thine heart so swift amid things unseen? Lo, all may see what end thou hast won. Go, sink thine head in the waste abyss, or aloft to another world than this, bird-wise with wings, fly far to thine hiding, far over this blood that clots and clings, for in righteous men and in holy things no rest is thine nor abiding. The cloud has become stationary in the air. Hear, Theseus, all the story of thy grief. Verily, I bring but anguish, not relief, yet, 'twas for this I came, to show how high and clean was thy son's heart, that he may die honored of men, aye, and to tell no less the frenzy, or in some sort the nobleness, of thy dead wife. One spirit there is, whom we that know the joy of white virginity, most hate in heaven. She sent her fire to run in Phaedra's veins, so that she loved thy son. Yet strove she long with love, and in the stress fell not, till by her nurse's craftiness betrayed, who stole, with oaths of secrecy, to entreat thy son. And he, most righteously, nor did her will, nor, when thy railing scorn beat on him, broke the oath that he had sworn, for God's Bacchae. And thy Phaedra, panic-eyed, wrote a false writ, and slew thy son, and died, lying, but thou wast nimble to believe. Theseus, at first bewildered, then dumbfounded, now utters a deep groan. It stings thee, Theseus, nay, hear on and grieve yet sorer. Wottest thou 3 prayers were thine of sure fulfillment, from thy sire divine? Hast thou no foes about thee, then, that one, thou vile king, must be turned against thy son? The deed was thine. Thy sea-born sire but heard the call of prayer, and bowed him to his word. But thou in his eyes and in mine art found evil, who wouldst not think, nor probe, nor sound the deeps of prophet's law, nor day by day leave time to search, but swifter than man may, let loose the curse to slay thine innocent son. Theseus, O goddess, let me die. Artemis, nay, thou hast done a heavy wrong, yet even beyond this ill abides for thee forgiveness. 'Twas the will of Cypris that these evil things should be, sating her wrath. And this immutably hath Zeus ordained in heaven, no god may thwart a god's fixed will, we grieve but stand apart. Else, but for fear of the great Father's blame, never had I to such extreme of shame bowed me, be sure, as here to stand and see slain him I loved best of mortality. Thy fault, O king, its ignorance sunders wide from very wickedness, and she who died by death the more disarmed thee, making dumb the voice of question. And the storm has come most bitterly of all on thee. Yet I have mine own sorrow, too. When good men die, there is no joy in heaven, albeit our ire on child and house of the evil falls like fire. A throng is seen approaching, Hippolytus enters, supported by his attendants. Chorus, lo, it is he. The bright young head yet upright there. are the torn flesh and the blood-stained hair, alas for the kindred's trouble. It falls as fire from a god's hand sped, two deaths, and mourning double. Hippolytus pain, pain, pain. O unrighteous curse! O unrighteous sire! No hope. My head is stabbed with fire, and a leaping spasm about my brain. Stay, let me rest. I can no more. O fell steeds that my own hand fed, have ye maimed me and slain, that loved me of yore? Soft there, ye thralls! No trembling hands as ye lift me, now, who is that stands at the right, now firm, and with measured tread, lift one accursed and stricken sore by a father's sinning? Thou, Zeus, dost see me? Yea, it is I, the proud and pure, the server of God, the white and shining in sanctity. To a visible death, to an open sod, I walk my ways, and all the labor of saintly days lost, without meaning. Ah God, it crawls this agony over me. Let be, ye thralls. Come, death, and cover me, come, O thou healer blessed. But a little more, and my soul is clear, and the anguish o'er. Oh, a spear, to rend my soul to its rest. Oh, strange, false curse! Was there some blood-stained head, some father of my line, unpunished, whose guilt lived in his kin, and passed, and slept, till after this long day it lights? Oh, why on me? Me, far away and innocent of sin. O words that cannot save! When will this breathing end in that last deep pain that is painlessness? Tease sleep I crave. When wilt thou bring me sleep, thou dark and midnight magic of the grave? Artemis sore-stricken man, bethink thee in this stress, thou dost but die for thine own nobleness. Hippolytus O breath of heavenly fragrance! Though my pain burns, I can feel thee and find rest again. The goddess Artemis is with me here. Artemis with thee and loving thee, poor sufferer. Hippolytus, dost see me, mistress, nearing my last sleep? Artemis and would weep for thee, if gods could weep. Hippolytus, who now shall hunt with thee or hold thy quiver? Artemis, he dies but my love cleaves to him forever. Hippolytus, who guide thy chariot, keep thy shrine flowers fresh. Artemis, the accursed Cyprian caught him in her mesh. Hippolytus the Cyprian. Now I see it, 'twas she. Artemis, she missed her worship, loathed thy chastity. Hippolytus, 3 lives by her one hand. 'Tis all clear now. Artemis, yet 3, thy father and his queen and thou. Hippolytus, my father, yet he too is pitiable. Artemis, a plotting goddess, tripped him, and he fell. Hippolytus, father, where art thou? Oh, thou sufferest sore. Theseus, even unto death, child. There is joy no more. Hippolytus, I pity thee in this coil, more than me. Theseus, would I could lie there dead instead of thee. Hippolytus, O bitter bounty of Poseidon's love! Theseus, would God my lips had never breathed thereof. Hippolytus, gently, nay, thine own rage had slain me then, somewise. Theseus, a lying spirit, had made blind mine eyes. Hippolytus, me. Would that a mortal's curse could reach to God. Artemis, let be. For not, though deep beneath the sod thou liest, not unrequited nor unsung shall this fell stroke, from Cypris rancor sprung, quell thee, mine own, the saintly and the true. My hand shall win its vengeance through and through, piercing with flawless shaft what heart soe'er of all men living is most dear to her. Yea, and to thee, for this sore travail Sake, honours most high in Trojan will I make, for yokeless maids before their bridal night shall shear for thee their tresses, and a rite of honouring tears be thine in ceaseless store, and virgins' thoughts in music evermore turn toward thee, and praise thee in the song of Phaedra's far-famed love and thy great wrong. O seed of ancient Zeus, bend thee now and clasp thy son. I, hold and fear not thou. Not knowingly hast thou slain him, and man's way, when gods send error, needs must fall astray. And thou, Hippolytus, shrink not from the king, thy father. Thou wast born to bear this thing. Farewell. I may not watch man's fleeting breath, nor strain mine eyes with the effluence of death. And sure that terror now is very near. The cloud slowly rises and floats away. Hippolytus, farewell, farewell, most blessed. Lift thee clear of soiling men. Thou wilt not grieve in heaven for my long love, Father, thou art forgiven. It was her will. I am not wroth with thee. I have obeyed her all my days. Ah me, the dark is drawing down upon mine eyes, iteth me. Father, hold me. Help me rise. Theseus, supporting him in his arms, ah, woe! How dost thou torture me, my son? Hippolytus, I see the great gates opening. I am gone. Theseus gone. And my hand red reeking from this thing. Hippolytus, nay, nay, thou art assoiled of man's laying. Theseus, thou leavest me clear of murder. Say'st thou so? Hippolytus, yet, by the Virgin of the stainless bow. Theseus, dear son. Ah, now I see thy nobleness. Hippolytus, pray that a true-born child may fill my place. Theseus, me, thy righteous and God-fearing heart. Hippolytus, farewell, a long farewell, dear father, ere we part. Theseus bends down and embraces him passionately. Theseus, not yet, O hope and bear while thou hast breath. Hippolytus, lo, I have borne my burden. This is death. Quick, father, lay the mantle on my face. Theseus covers his face with the mantle and rises. Theseus, ye bounds of Pallas and of Pelops' race, what greatness have ye lost? Woe, woe is me! Thou Cyprian, long shall I remember thee. Chorus on all this folk, both low and high, a grief hath fallen beyond men's fears. There cometh a throbbing of many tears, a sound as of waters falling. For when great men die, a mighty name and a bitter cry rise up from a nation calling. They move into the castle, carrying the body of Hippolytus. The Bacchae of Euripides' Dramatis Personae Dionysius, the god, son of Zeus and of the Theban princess Semele. Cadmus, formerly king of Thebes, father of Semele. Pentheus, king of Thebes, grandson of Cadmus. Agave, daughter of Cadmus, mother of Pentheus. Tiresias, an aged Theban prophet. A soldier of Pentheus' god. Two messengers. A chorus of inspired damsels, following Dionysius from the east. The play was first produced after the death of Euripides by his son who bore the same name, together with the Iphigenia in Aulis and the Alcmaeon, probably in the year 405 BC. The background represents the front of the castle of Pentheus, king of Thebes. At one side is visible the sacred tomb of Semele, a little enclosure overgrown with wild vines, with a cleft in the rocky floor of it from which there issues at times steam or smoke. The god Dionysius is discovered alone. Dionysius, behold, God's Son is come unto this land of heaven's hot splendor lit to life, when she of Thebes, even I, Dionysius, whom the brand who bore me, Cadmus' daughter Semele, died here. So, changed in shape from God to man, I walk again by Dirce streams and scan Ismenus' shore. There by the castle side I see her place, the tomb of the lightning's bride, the wreck of smouldering chambers, and the great faint wreaths of fire undying, as the hate dies not, that here are held for Semele. Cadmus hath done well, in purity he keeps this place apart, inviolate, his daughter's sanctuary, and I have set my green and clustered vines to robe it round. Far now behind me lies the golden ground of Lydian and of Phrygian, far away the wide hot plains where Persian sunbeams play, the Bactrian war holds, and the storm-oppressed Clim of the Mede, and Arabe the blessed, and Asia all, that by the salt sea lies in proud embattled cities, motley-wise of Hellen and barbarian interate, and now I come to Hellas, having taught all the world else my dances and my rite of mysteries, to show me in men's sight manifest God. And first of Hellen lands I cry this Thebes to waken, set her hands to clasp my wand, mine ivied javelin, and round her shoulders hang my wild fawn skin. For they have scorned me whom it least beseemed, seamless sisters, mocked by birth, nor deemed that Dionysius sprang from Dian's seed. My mother sinned, said they, and in her need, with Cadmus plotting, cloaked her human shame with the dread name of Zeus, for that the flame from heaven consumed her, seeing she lied to God. Thus must they vaunt, and therefore hath my rod on them first fallen, and stung them forth while died from empty chambers. The bare mountain side is made their home, and all their hearts are flame. Yea, I have bound upon the necks of them the harness of my rights. And with them all the seed of womankind from hut and hall of Thebes, hath this my magic goaded out. And there, with the old king's daughters, in a rout confused, they make their dwelling place between the roofless rocks and shadowy pine trees green. Thus shall this Thebes, house or soe'er it smart, learn and forget not, till she crave her part in mine adoring. Thus must I speak clear to save my mother's fame, and crown me here, as true God, born by Semele to Zeus. Now Cadmus yieldeth up his throne and use of royal honour to his daughter's son Pentheus, who on my body hath begun a war with God. He thrusteth me away from due drink offering, and, when men pray, my name entreats not. Therefore on his own head and his peoples shall my power be shown. Then to another land, when all things here are well, must I fare onward, making clear my Godhead's might. But should this the banned town essay with wrath and battle to drag down my maids, lo, in their path myself shall be, and maniac armies battled after me. For this I veil my Godhead with the one form of the things that die, and walk as man. O brood of malice o'er the wide world flown, O Lydian band, my chosen and mine own, damsels uplifted o'er the orient deep to wander where I wander, and to sleep where I sleep, up, and wake the old sweet sound, the clang that I and mystic Rhea found, the timbre of the mountain. Gather all Thebes to your song round Pentheus' royal hall. I seek my new-made worshippers, to guide their dances up Kithaeron's pine-clad side. As he departs, there comes stealing in from the left a band of 15 Eastern women, the light of the sunrise streaming upon their long white robes and ivy-bound hair. They wear fawn skins over the robes, and carry some of them timbrels, some pipes and other instruments. Many bear the thyrsus, or sacred wand, made of reed ringed with ivy. They enter stealthily till they see that the place is empty, and then begin their mystic song of worship. Chorus: a maiden from Asia, from the dayspring that upreases to Bromia's ever glorying we came. We labored for our Lord in many guises, we toiled, but the toil is as the prize is. Thou mystery, we hail thee by thy name. Another who lingers in the road, who espies us, we shall hide him in his house nor be bold. Let the heart keep silence that defies us, for I sing this day to Dionysius the song that is appointed from of old. All the maidens, oh, blessed he in all wise, who hath drunk the living fountain, whose life no folly staineth, and his soul is near to God, whose sins are lifted, Paul wise, as he worships on the mountain, and where Cybele ordaineth, our mother, he has trod, his head with ivy laden and his thyrsus tossing high, for our God he lifts his cry, up, O Bacchae, wife and maiden, come, O ye Bacchae, come, O, bring the joy bestower, God seed of God the sower, bring Bromias in his power from Phrygia's mountain dome, to street and town and tower, O, bring ye Bromias home. Who nursed in anguish lying for an unborn life's desire, as a dead thing in the thunder his mother cast to earth, for her heart was dying, dying, in the white heart of the fire, till Zeus, the Lord of wonder, devised new layers of birth, yet, his own flesh tore to hide him, and with clasps of bitter gold did a secret son enfold, and the queen knew not beside him, till the perfect hour was there, then a horned god was found, and a god of serpents crowned, and for that are serpents wound in the wands his maidens bear, and the songs of serpents sound in the mazes of their hair. Some maidens all hail, O Thebes, thou nurse of Semele. With seamless wild ivy crown thy towers, O, burst in bloom of wreathing bryony, berries and leaves and flowers, uplift the dark divine wand, the oak wand and the pine wand, and don thy fawn skin, fringed in purity with fleecy white, like ours. O, cleanse thee in the wand's waving pride. Yea, all men shall dance with us and pray, when Bromius his companies shall guide hillward, ever hillward, where they stay, the flock of the believing, the maids from loom and weaving by the magic of his breath borne away. Others hail thou, O nurse of Zeus, O caverned haunt where fierce arms clanged to guard God's cradle rare, for thee of old crested Corybant first woke in Cretan ere the wild orb of our orgies, the timbrel, and thy gorges rang with this strain, and blended Phrygian chant and sweet keen pipes were there. But the timbrel was another's, and away to mother rear it must wend, and to our holy singing from the mothers the mad satyrs carried it, to blend in the dancing and the cheer of our third and perfect year, and it serves Dionysius in the end. A maiden, O glad, glad on the mountains to swoon in the race outworn, when the holy fawn skin clings, and all else sweeps away, to the joy of the red quick fountains, the blood of the hill goat torn, the glory of wild beast ravenings, where the hilltops catch the day, to the Phrygian, Lydian, mountains. Ts Bromius leads the way. Another maiden then streams the earth with milk, yet streams with wine and nectar of the bee, and through the air dim perfume steams of Syrian frankincense, and he, our leader, from his thyrsus spray a torchlight tosses high and higher, a torchlight like a beacon fire, to waken all that faint and stray, and sets them leaping as he sings, his tresses rippling to the sky, and deep beneath the maenad cry his proud voice rings, Come, O ye Bacchae, come. All the maidens hither, O fragrant of Melas the golden, come with the voice of timbrel and drum, let the cry of your joyance uplift and embolden the god of the joy cry, O Bacchanals, come. With pealing of pipes and with Phrygian clamour, on, where the vision of holiness thrills, and the music climbs and the maddening glamour, with the wild white maids, to the hills, to the hills. Oh, then, like a colt as he runs by a river, a colt by his dam, when the heart of him sings, with the keen limbs drawn and the fleet foot a quiver, away the Bacchanal springs. Enter Tiresias. He is an old man and blind, leaning upon a staff and moving with slow stateliness, though wearing the ivy and the Bacchic fawn skin dot. Tiresias ho, there, who keeps the gate, go, summon Mectmus, Agenor's son, who crossed the sea from Sidon and upreared this the ban hold. Go, whosoe'er thou art. See he be told Tiresias seeketh him. Himself will gauge mine errand, and the compact, age with age, I vowed with him, grey hair with snow-white hair, to deck the new god's thyrsus, and to wear his fawn skin, and with ivy crown our brows. Enter Ctmus from the castle. He is even older than Tiresias, and wears the same attire. Ctmus, true friend. I knew that voice of thine, that flows like mellow wisdom from a fountain wise. And, lo, I come prepared, in all the guise and harness of this god. Are we not told his is the soul of that dead life of old that sprang from mine own daughter? Surely then must thou and I with all the strength of men exalt him. Where then shall I stand, where tread the dance and toss this bowed and hoary head? O friend, in thee is wisdom, guide my grey and eld-worn steps, eld-worn Tiresias. Nay, I am not weak. At the first movement of worship his manner begins to change, a mysterious strength and exaltation enter into him. Surely this arm could smite the wild earth with its thyrsus, day and night, and faint not. Sweetly and forgetfully the dim years fall from off me. Tiresias, as with thee, with me 'tis likewise. Light am I and young, and will essay the dancing and the song. Cadmus, quick, then, our chariots to the mountain road. Tiresias, nay, to take steeds were to mistrust the god. Cadmus, so be it. Mine old arms shall guide thee there. Tiresias, the god himself shall guide. Have thou no care. Cadmus, and in all Thebes shall no man dance but we. Tiresias, I, Thebes is blinded. Thou and I can see. Cadmus, 'tis weary waiting, hold my hand, friend, so. Tiresias, lo, there is mine. So linked let us go. Cadmus, shall things of dust the gods' dark ways despise? Tiresias, or prove our wit on heaven's high mysteries? Not thou and I. That heritage sublime our sires have left us, wisdom old as time, no word of man, how deep soe'er his thought and one of subtlest toil, may bring to naught. Men will rail that I forgot my years, to dance and wreath with ivy these white hairs, what recks it? Seeing the god no lineth told to mark what man shall dance, or young or old, but craves his honours from mortality all, no man marked apart, and great shall be. Cadmus, after looking away toward the mountain. Tiresias, since this light thou canst not read, I must be seer for thee. Here comes in speed Pentheus, Icion's son, whom I have raised to rule my people in my stead. Amazed he seems. Stand close, and mark what we shall hear. The two stand back, partially concealed, while there enters in hot haste Pentheus, followed by a bodyguard. He is speaking to the soldier in command. Pentheus, scarce had I crossed our borders, when mine ear was caught by this strange rumour, that our own wives, our own sisters, from their hearths are flown to wild and secret rites, and cluster there high on the shadowy hills, with dance and prayer to adore this new-made god, this Dionysus, waiter he be, and in their companies deep wine jars stand, and ever and anon away into the loneliness now one steals forth, and now a second, maid or dame where love lies waiting, not of God. The flame, they say, of Bacchae wraps them. Bacchae. Nay, 'tis more to Aphrodite that they pray. Howbeit, all that I have found, my men hold bound and shackled in our dungeon den, the rest, I will go hunt them. And snare my birds with nets of iron, to quell their prayer and mountain song and rites of rascaldom. They tell me, too, there is a stranger come, a man of charm and spell, from Lydian seas, a head all gold and cloudy fragrances, a wine-red cheek, and eyes that hold the light of the very Cyprian. Day and livelong night he haunts amid the damsels, o'er each lip dangling his cup of joyance. Let me grip him once, but once, within these walls, right swift that wand shall cease its music, and that drift of tossing curls lie still, when my rude sword falls between neck and trunk. 'Tis all his word, this tale of Dionysius, how that same babe that was blasted by the lightning flame with his dead mother, for that mother's lie, was reconceived, born perfect from the thigh of Zeus, and now is God. What call ye these? Dreams. Gibes of the unknown wanderer. Blasphemies that crave the very gibbet. Stay. God, what? Here is another marvel. See I not in motley fawn skins robed the vision-seer Tiresias? And my mother's father here, O depth of scorn, adoring with the wand of Bacchae's father, nay, mine eyes are fond, it is not your white head so fancy-flown. It cannot be. Cast off that ivy crown, O mine own mother's sire. Set free that hand that cowers about its staff. 'Tis thou'st planned this work, Tiresias. 'Tis thou must set another altar and another yet amongst us, watch new birds, and win more hire of gold, interpreting new signs of fire. But for thy silver hairs, I tell thee true, thou now wert sitting chained amid thy crew of raving damsels, for this evil dream thou'st brought us, of new gods. When once the gleam of grapes hath lit a woman's festival, in all their prayers is no more health at all. Leader of the chorus, the words are not heard by Pentheus, injurious king, hast thou no fear of God, Nauctmus, sower of the giants' sod, life spring to great Achaean and to thee. Tiresias, good words my son, come easily, when he that speaks is wise, and speaks but for the right. Else come they never. Swift are thine, and bright as though with thought, yet have no thought at all. Lo, this new God, whom thou dost flout withal, I cannot speak the greatness wherewith he in Hellas shall be great. Two spirits there be, young prince, that in man's world are first of worth. Demeter one is named, she is the earth, call her which name thou will, who feeds man's frame with sustenance of things dry. And that which came her work to perfect, second, is the power from seminal born. He found the liquid show hid in the grape. He rests man's spirit dim from grieving, when the vine exalteth him. He giveth sleep to sink the fretful day in cool forgetting. Is there any way with man's sore heart, save only to forget? Yet, being God, the blood of him is set before the gods in sacrifice, that we for his sake may be blessed. And so, to thee, that fable shames him, how this God was knit into God's flesh. Nay, learn the truth of it cleared from the false. When from that deadly light Zeus saved the babe, and up to Olympus' height raised him, and Hera's wrath would cast him thence, then Zeus devised him a divine defense. A fragment of the world encircling fire he rent apart, and wrought to his desire of shape and hue, in the image of the child, and gave to Hera's rage. And so, beguiled by change and passing time, this tale was born, how the babe God was hidden in the torn flesh of his sire. He hath no shame thereby. A prophet is he likewise. Prophecy cleaves to all frenzy, but beyond all else to frenzy of prayer. Then in us verily dwells the God himself, and speaks the thing to be. Yea, and of ours realm aparteth he. When mortal armies, mailed and arrayed, have in strange fear, or ever blade met blade, fled maddened, tease this goddeth palsied them. Over Delphi's rock-built diadem thou yet shalt see him leaping with his train of fire across the twin-peaked mountain plain, flaming the darkness with his mystic wand, and great in Hellas. List and understand, King Pentheus. Dream not thou that force is power, nor, if thou hast a thought, and that thought sour and sick, dream not thought is wisdom. Up, receive this god to Thebes, pour forth the cup of sacrifice, and pray, and wreathe thy brow. Thou fearest for the damsels. Think thee now, how toucheth this the part of Dionyse to hold maids pure perforce. In them it lies, and their own hearts, and in the wildest rite cometh no stain to her whose heart is white. Nay, mark me. Thou hast thy joy, when the gate stands thronged, and Pentheus' name is lifted great and high by Thebes in clamour, shall not he rejoice in his due meed of majesty? Howbeit, this Cadmus whom thou scornest and I will wear his crown, and tread his dances. Our hairs are white, yet shall that dance be trod. I will not lift mine arm to war with God for thee nor all thy words. Madness most fell is on thee, madness wrought by some dread spell, but not by spell nor leechcraft to be cured. Chorus grey prophet, worthy of Phoebus is thy word, and wise in honouring Bromius, our great god. Cadmus my son, right well Tiresias points thy road. Make thine habitation here with us, not lonely, against men's uses. Hazardous is this quick bird-like beating of thy thought where no thought dwells. Grant that this god be naught, yet let that naught be somewhat in thy mouth, lie boldly, and say he is. So north and south shall marvel, how there sprang a thing divine from seamless flesh, and honour all our line. Drawing nearer to Pentheus. Is there not blood before thine eyes even now? Our lost Actaeon's blood, whom long ago his own red hounds through yonder forest dim tore unto death, because he vaunted him against most holy Artemis. Beware and let me read thy temples. Make thy prayer with us, and walk thee humbly in God's sight. He makes as if to set the wreath on Pentheus' head. Pentheus down with that hand. Aroint thee to thy right nor smear on me thy foul contagion. Turning upon Tiresias. This thy folly's head and prompter shall not miss the justice that he needs. Go, half my guard forth to the rock seat where he dwells in ward o'er birds and wonders, rend the stone with crown and trident, make one wreck of high and low and toss his bands to all the winds of air. Have I found the way to sting thee, there? The rest, forth through the town, and seek amain this girl-faced stranger, that hath wrought such bane to all Thebes, preying on our maids and wives. Seek till ye find, and lead him here in gyves, till he be judged and stoned and weep in blood the day he troubled Pentheus with his god. The guards set forth in 2 bodies, Pentheus goes into the castle. Tiresias' hard heart, how little dost thou know what seed thou sowest. Blind before, and now indeed most mad, come, Cadmus, let us go our way, and pray for this our persecutor, pray for this poor city, that the righteous God move not in anger. Take thine ivy rod and help my steps, as I help thine. 'Twere ill, if two old men should fall by the roadway. Still, come what come may, our service shall be done to Bacchaeus, the All-Father's mystic son. O Pentheus, named of sorrow. Shall he claim from all thy house fulfillment of his name, old Ctmus? Nay, I speak not from mine art, but as I see, blind words and a blind heart. The two old men go off towards the mountain. Chorus: some maidens, thou immaculate on high, thou recording purity, thou that stoopest, golden wing, earthward, manward, pitying, hearest thou this angry king? Hearest thou the rage and scorn gainst the Lord of many voices, him of mortal mother born, him in whom man's heart rejoices, girt with garlands and with glee, first in heaven's sovereignty? For his kingdom, it is there, in the dancing and the prayer, in the music and the laughter, in the vanishing of care, and of all before and after, in the gods' high banquet, when gleams the grape of flood, flashed to heaven, yea, and in the feasts of men comes his crowned slumber, then pain is dead and hate forgiven. Others loose thy lips from out the rain, lift thy wisdom to disdain, whatso law thou canst not see, scorning, so the end shall be uttermost calamity. Tease the life of quiet breath, tease the simple and the true, storm nor earthquake shattereth, nor shall aught the house undo where they dwell. For, far away, hidden from the eyes of day, watchers are there in the skies, that can see man's life, and prize deeds well done by things of clay. But the world's wise are not wise, claiming more than mortal may. Life is such a little thing, lo, their present is departed, and the dreams to which they cling come not. Mad imagining theirs, I ween, and empty-hearted. Divers maidens, where is the home for me? O Cyprus, set in the sea, Aphrodite's home in the soft sea foam, would I could wend to thee, where the wings of the loves are furled, and faint the heart of the world. I, unto Paphos' isle, where the rainless meadows smile with riches rolled from the hundredfold mouths of the far-off Nile, streaming beneath the waves to the roots of the seaward caves. But a better land is there where Olympus cleaves the air, the high still dell where the Muses dwell, fairest of all things fair. Oh, there is grace, and there is the heart's desire, and peace to adore thee, thou spirit of guiding fire. A god of heaven is he, and born in majesty, yet hath he mirth in the joy of the earth, and he loveth constantly her who brings increase, the feeder of children, peace. No grudgeth he of the great, no scorn of the mean estate, but to all that liveth his wine he giveth, griefless, immaculate, only on them that spurn joy, may his anger burn. Love thou the day and the night, be glad of the dark and the light, and avert thine eyes from the law of the wise, that have honor in proud men's sight. The simple nameless herd of humanity hath deeds and faith that are truth enough for me. As the chorus ceases, a party of the guards return, leading in the midst of them Dionysius, bound. The soldier in command stands forth, as Pentheus, hearing the tramp of feet, comes out from the castle. Soldier, our quest is finished, and thy prey, O king, caught, for the chase was swift, and this wild thing most tame, yet never flinched, nor thought to flee, but held both hands out unresistingly, no change, no blanching of the wine-red cheek. He waited while we came, and bade us recall thy decree, yet laughed, and made my best easy, till I for very shame confessed and said, O stranger, not of mine own will I bind thee, but his bidding to fulfill who sent me. And those prisoned maids withal whom thou didst seize and bind within the wall of thy great dungeon, they are fled, O king. Free in the woods, a dance and glorying to bromiers. Of their own impulse fell to earth, men say, fetter and manacle, and bars slid back untouched of mortal hand, yet, full of many wonders to thy land is this man come. Howbeit, it lies with thee. Pentheus, ye are mad, unharmed him. How so swift he be, my toils are round him and he shall not fly. The guards loose the arms of Dionysius. Pentheus studies him for a while in silence, then speaks jeeringly. Dionysius remains gentle and unafraid. Marry, a fair shape for a woman's eye, sir stranger. And thou seekest no more, I ween. Long curls, withal. That shows thou ne'erst been a wrestler, down both cheeks so softly tossed and winsome. And a white skin. It hath cost thee pains, to please thy damsels with this white and red of cheeks that never face the light. Dionysius is silent. Speak, sirrah, tell me first thy name and race. Dionysius, no glory is therein, nor yet disgrace. Thou hast heard of Melas, the bright hill of flowers. Pentheus, surely, the ridge that winds by Sardis towers. Dionysius, thence am I, Lydia was my fatherland. Pentheus, and whence these revelations, that thy band spreadeth in Hellas? Dionysius, their intent and use. Dionysius opt to me, the child of Zeus. Pentheus, brutally, is there a Zeus there, that can still beget young gods? Dionysius, nay, only he whose seal was set here in thy Thebes on Semnal. Pentheus, what way descended he upon thee? In full day or vision of night? Dionysius, most clear he stood, and scanned my soul, and gave his emblems to mine hand. Pentheus, what like be they, these emblems? Dionysius, that may none reveal, nor know, save his elect alone. Pentheus, and what good bring they to the worshipper? Dionysius, good beyond price, but not for thee to hear. Pentheus, thou trickster! Thou wouldst prick me on the more to seek them out. Dionysius, his mysteries abhor the touch of sin lovers. Pentheus, and so thine eyes saw this god plain, what guise had he? Dionysius, what guise it liked him? 'Twas not I ordained his shape. Pentheus, I, deftly turned again. An idle jape, and nothing answered. Dionysius, wise words being brought to blinded eyes will seem as things of naught. Pentheus, and comest thou first to Thebes, to have thy god established? Dionysius, nay, all Barbabriath trod his dance ere this. Pentheus, a low blind folk, I ween, beside our Hellenes. Dionysius, higher and more keen in this thing, though their ways are not thy way. Pentheus, how is thy worship held, by night or day? Dionysius, most oft by night, 'tis a majestic thing, the darkness. Pentheus ha! With women worshipping. 'Tis craft and rottenness. Dionysius by day no less, whoso will seek may find unholiness. Pentheus enough. Thy doom is fixed, for false pretense corrupting Thebes. Dionysius not mine, but thine, for dense blindness of heart, and for blaspheming God. Pentheus a ready knave it is, and brazen-browed, this mystery priest. Dionysius come, say what it shall be, my doom, what dire thing wilt thou do to me? Pentheus first, shear that delicate curl that dangles there. He beckons to the soldiers, who approach Dionysius. Dionysius I have vowed it to my God, 'tis holy hair. The soldiers cut off the tress. Pentheus next, yield me up thy staff. Dionysius raise thine own hand to take it. This is Dionysius' wand. Pentheus takes the staff. Pentheus last, I will hold thee prisoned here. Dionysius my Lord God will unloose me, when I speak the word. Pentheus he may, if he err again amid his bands of saints he hears thy voice. Dionysius even now he stands close here, and sees all that I suffer. Pentheus what? Where is he? For mine eyes discern him not. Dionysius where I am. 'Tis thine own impurity that veils him from thee. Pentheus the dog jeers at me and Thebes. Bind him. The soldiers begin to bind him. Dionysius I charge ye, bind me not. I having vision and ye blind. Pentheus and I, with better right, say bind them all. The soldiers obey. Dionysius thou knowest not what end thou seekest, nor what deed thou doest, nor what man thou art. Pentheus, mocking, Agavius' son, and on the father's part Achaeans, hight Pentheus. Dionysius so let it be, a name for it and to calamity. Pentheus away, and tie him where the steeds are tied, let him lie in the manger, there abide and stare into the darkness, and this rout of womankind that clusters thee about, thy ministers of worship, are my slaves. It may be I will sell them o'er the waves, hither and thither, else they shall be set to labor at my distaffs, and forget their timbrel and their songs of dawning day. Dionysius I go, for that which may not be, I may not suffer. Yet for this thy sin, lo, he whom thou deniest cometh after thee for recompense. Yea, in thy wrong to us, thou hast cast him into thy prison house. Dionysius, without his wand, his hair shorn, and his arms tightly bound, is led off by the guards to his dungeon. Pentheus returns into the palace. Chorus some maidens I Chellu's roaming daughter, holy Dis, virgin water, bathed he not of old in thee, the babe of God, the mystery. When from out the fire immortal to himself his God did take him, to his own flesh, and bespake him, enter now life's second portal, motherless mystery, lo, I break mine own body for thy Bacchae, thou of the twofold door, and seal thee mine, O Bromias. Thus he spake, and to this thy land reveal thee. All still my prayer toward thee quivers, Dis, still to thee I hie me. Why, O blessed among rivers, wilt thou fly me and deny me? By his own joy I vow, by the grape upon the bough, thou shalt seek him in the midnight, thou shalt love him, even now. Other maidens dark and of the dark impassioned is this Pentheus' blood, yet, fashioned of the dragon, and his birth from Ichaon, child of earth. He is no man, but a wonder, did the earth child not beget him, as a red giant, to set him against God, against the thunder. He will bind me for his prize, me, the bride of Dionysus, and my priest, my friend, is taken even now, and buried lies, in the dark he lies forsaken. All lo, we race with death, we perish, Dionysus, here before thee. Dost thou mark us not, nor cherish, who implore thee, and adore thee? Hither down Olympus' side, come, O Holy One defied, be thy golden wand uplifted o'er the tyrant in his pride. A maiden, O, where art thou? In thine own Nysa, thou our help alone. O'er fierce beasts in orient lands doth thy thronging Thyrsus wave, by the high Corician cave, or where stern Olympus stands, in the elm woods and the oaken, there where Orpheus harped of old, and the trees awoke and knew him, and the wild things gathered to him, as he sang amid the broken glens his music manifold. Dionysus loveth thee, blessed land of Pierie, he will come to thee with dancing, come with joy and mystery, with the Maenads at his hest winding, winding to the west, cross the flood of swiftly glancing Axios in majesty, cross the Lydias, the giver of good gifts and waving green, cross that farther stream of story, through a land of steeds and glory rolling, bravest, fairest river e'er of mortals seen. A voice within Io. Io. Awake, ye damsels, hear my cry, calling my chosen, hearken ye. A maiden who speaketh. Oh, what echoes thus? Another a voice that calleth us. The voice be of good cheer. Lo, it is I, the child of Zeus and Semele. A maiden, O Master, Master, it is thou. Another, O holy voice, be with us now. The voice spirit of the chained earthquake, hear my word, awake, awake. An earthquake suddenly shakes the pillars of the castle. A maiden, ha! What is coming? Shall the hall of Pentheus racked in ruin fall? Leader, our God is in the house. Ye maids adore him. Chorus, we adore him all. The voice, unveil the lightning's eye, arouse the fire that sleeps, against this house. Fire leaps upon the tomb of Semele. A maiden, ah, saw ye, marked ye there the flame from Semele's in hallowed sod awakened? Yet, the death that came ablaze from heaven of old, the same hot splendor of the shaft of God. Leader, O cast ye, to the earth. The Lord cometh against this house. O, cast ye down, ye trembling damsels, he, our own adored, God's child doth come, and all is overthrown. The maidens cast themselves upon the ground, their eyes earthward. Dionysus, alone and unbound, enters from the castle. Dionysus, ye damsels of the morning hills, why lie ye thus dismayed? Ye marked him, then, our master, and the mighty hand he laid on tower and rock, shaking the house of Pentheus. But arise, and cast the trembling from your flesh, and lift untroubled eyes. Leader, O light in darkness, is it thou? O priest, is this thy face? My heart leaps out to greet thee from the deep of loneliness. Dionysius, fell ye so quick despairing, when beneath the gate I passed? Should the gates of Pentheus quell me, or his darkness make me fast? Leader, O, what was left if thou wert gone? What could I but despair? How hast thou scaped the man of sin? Who freed thee from the snare? Dionysius, I had no pain nor peril, 'twas mine own hand set me free. Leader, thine arms were gyved. Dionysius, nay, no gyve, no touch, was laid on me. 'Twas there I mocked him, in his gyves, and gave him dreams for food. For when he laid me down, behold, before the stall there stood a bull of offering. And this king, he bit his lips and straight fell on and bound it, hoof and limb, with gasping wrath and sweat. And I sat watching, then a voice, and lo, our Lord was come, and the house shook, and a great flame stood o'er his mother's tomb. And Pentheus hied this way and that, and called his thralls amain for water, lest his roof tree burn, and all toiled, all in vain. Then deemed a sudden I was gone, and left his fire, and sped back to the prison portals, and his lifted sword shone red. But there, methinks, the god had wrought, I speak but as I guess, some dream shape in mine image, for he smote at emptiness, stabbed in the air, and strove in wrath, as though 'twere me he slew. Then mid his dreams God smote him yet again. He overthrew all that high house, and there in wreck for evermore it lies, that the day of this my bondage may be sore in Pentheus' eyes. And now his sword is fallen, and he lies outworn and one who dared to rise against his God in wrath, being but man. And I uprose and left him, and in all peace took my path force to my chosen, wrecking light of Pentheus and his wrath. But soft, methinks a footstep sounds even now within the hall. 'Tis he, how think ye he will stand, and what words speak withal? I will endure him gently, though he come in fury hot. For still are the ways of wisdom, and her temper trembleth not. Enter Pentheus in fury, Pentheus, it is too much. This eastern knave hath slipped his prison, whom I held but now, hard gripped in bondage. Ha! 'Tis he. What, sirrah, how showest thou before my portals? He advances furiously upon him. Dionysius, and set a quiet carriage to thy rage. Pentheus, how comest thou here? How didst thou break thy cage? Speak. Dionysius, said I not, or didst thou mark not me, there was one living that should set me free? Pentheus, who? Ever wilder are these tales of thine. Dionysius, he who first made for man the clustered vine. Pentheus, I scorn him and his vines. Dionysius, for Dionyse 'tis well, for in thy scorn his glory lies. Pentheus, to his God, go swift to all the towers, and bar withal each gate. Dionysius, what, cannot God o'erleap a wall? Pentheus, O, wit thou'st, save where thou needest it. Dionysius, whereso it most imports, there is my wit, nay, peace. Abide till he who hasteth from the mountain side with news for thee, be come. We will not fly, but wait on thy command. Enter suddenly and in haste a messenger from the mountain. Messenger great Pentheus, lord of all this Theban land, I come from high Kithaeron, where the furor snow spangles gleam and cease not evermore. Pentheus, and what of import may thy coming bring? Messenger, I have seen the wild white women there, O king, whose fleet limbs darted arrow-like but now from Thebes away, and come to tell thee how they work strange deeds and passing marvel. Yet I first would learn thy pleasure. Shall I set my whole tale forth, or veil the stranger part? Yea, Lord, I fear the swiftness of thy heart, thine edged wrath and more than royal soul. Pentheus, thy tale shall nothing scathe thee. Tell the whole. It skills not to be wroth with honesty. Nay, if thy news of them be dark, tease he shall pay it, who bewitched and led them on. Messenger, our herded kine were moving in the dawn up to the peaks, the greyest, coldest time, when the first rays steal earthward, and the rime yields, when I saw 3 bands of them. The one Autono led, one Ino, one thine own mother, Agave. There beneath the trees sleeping they lay, like wild things flung at ease in the forest, one half sinking on a bed of deep pine greenery, one with careless head amid the fallen oak leaves, almost cold in purity, not as thy tale was told of wine cups and wild music and the chase for love amid the forest's loneliness. Then rose the queen Agave suddenly amid her band, and gave the gods' wild cry, Awake, ye Bacchanals! I hear the sound of horned kine. Awake ye! Then, all round, alert, the warm sleep fallen from their eyes, a marvel of swift ranks I saw them rise, dames young and old, and gentle maids unwed among them. O'er their shoulders first they shed their tresses, and caught up the fallen fold of mantles where some clasp had loosened hold, and girt the dappled fawn skins in with long quick snakes that hissed and writhed with quivering tongue. And one a young fawn held, and one a wild wolf cub, and fed them with white milk, and smiled in love, young mothers with a mother's breast and babes at home forgotten. Then they pressed wreathed ivy round their brows, and oaken sprays and flowering bryony. And one would raise her wand and smite the rock, and straight a jet of quick bright water came. Another set her thyrsus in the bosomed earth, and there was red wine that the god sent up to her, a darkling fountain. And if any lips sought whiter draughts, with dipping fingertips they pressed the sod, and gushing from the ground came springs of milk. And reed wands ivy-crowned ran with sweet honey, drop by drop. O king, hadst thou been there, as I, and seen this thing, with prayer and most high wonder hadst thou gone to adore this god whom now thou railest upon. Howbeit, the kine wardens and shepherds straight came to one place, amazed, and held debate, and one being there who walked the streets and scanned the ways of speech, took lead of them whose hand knew but the slow soil and the solemn hill, and flattering spoke, and asked, Is it your will, masters, we stay the mother of the king, Agave, from her lawless worshipping, and win us royal thanks? And this seemed good to all, and through the branching underwood we hid us, cowering in the leaves. And there through the appointed hour they made their prayer and worship of the wand, with one accord of heart and cry, Iacchos, Bromias, Lord, God of God-born. And all the mountain felt, and worshipped with them, and the wild things knelt and ramped and gloried, and the wilderness was filled with moving voices and dim stress. Soon, as it chanced, beside my thicket close the queen herself passed dancing, and I rose and sprang to seize her. But she turned her face upon me, Ho, my rovers of the chase, my wild white hounds, we are hunted. Up, each rod and follow, follow, for our Lord and God. Thereat, for fear they tear us, all we fled amazed, and on, with hand unweaponed they swept toward our herds that browsed the green hill grass. Great uddered kine then hadst thou seen bellowing in sword-like hands that cleave and tear, a live steer riven asunder, and the air tossed with rent ribs or limbs of cloven tread, and flesh upon the branches, and a red rain from the deep green pines. Yet, bulls of pride, horns swift to rage, were fronted and aside flung stumbling, by those multitudinous hands dragged pitilessly. And swifter were the bands of garbed flesh and bone unbound withal than on thy royal eyes the lids may fall. Then on like birds, by their own speed upborne, they swept toward the plains of waving corn that lie beside Asopus banks, and bring to Thebes the rich fruit of her harvesting. On high Zeo and Erythrae that lie nursed amid Kithaeron's bowering rocks, they burst destroying, as a foeman's army comes. They caught up little children from their homes, high on their shoulders, babes unheld, that swayed and laughed and fell not, all a wreck they made, yet, bronze and iron did shatter, and in play struck hither and thither, yet no wound had they, caught fire from out the hearths, yet, carried hot flames in their tresses and were scorched not. The village folk in wrath took spear and sword, and turned upon the Bacchae. Then, dread Lord, the wonder was. For spear nor barbed brand could scathe nor touch the damsels, but the wand, the soft and wreathed wand their white hands sped, blasted those men and quelled them, and they fled dizzily. Sure some God was in these things. And the holy women back to those strange springs returned, that God had sent them when the day dawned, on the upper heights, and washed away the stain of battle. And those girdling snakes hissed out to lap the water drops from cheeks and hair and breast. Therefore I counsel thee, O King, receive this spirit, whoe'er he be, to Thebes in glory. Greatness manifold is all about him, and the tale is told that this is he who first to man did give the grief-assuaging vine. Oh, let him live, for if he die, then love herself is slain, and nothing joyous in the world again. Leader, albeit I tremble, and scarce may speak my thought to a king's face, yet will I hide it not. Dionysus is God, no God more true nor higher. Pentheus it bursts hard by us, like a smothered fire, this frenzy of Bacchic women. All my land is made their mock dot, this needs an iron hand. Ho, Captain! Quick to the Electran gate, bid gather all my men at arms thereat, call all that spur the charger, all who know to wield the orbed targe or bend the bow, we march to war, for God, shall women dare such deeds against us? 'Tis too much to bear. Dionysius, thou markest me not, O king, and holdest light my solemn words, yet, in thine own despite, I warn thee still. Lift thou not up thy spear against a god, but hold thy peace, and fear his wrath. He will not brook it, if thou fright his chosen from the hills of their delight. Pentheus, peace, thou. And if for once thou hast slipped chain, give thanks, or shall I not thine arms again? Dionysius, better to yield him prayer and sacrifice than kick against the pricks, since Dionysus is God, and thou but mortal. Pentheus, that will I. Yet, sacrifice of women's blood, to cry his name through all Kithaeron. Dionysius, ye shall fly, all, and abase your shields of bronze enrim before their wands. Pentheus, there is no way with him, this stranger that so dogs us. Well or ill I may entreat him, he must babble still. Dionysius, wait, good my friend. These crooked matters may even yet be straightened. Pentheus has started as though to seek his army at the gate. Pentheus, if I obey mine own slave's will, how else? Dionysius, myself will lead the damsels hither, without sword or steed. Pentheus, how now, this is some plot against me. Dionysius, what dost fear? Only to save thee do I plot. Pentheus, it is some compact ye have made, whereby to dance these hills forever. Dionysius, verily, that is my compact, plighted with my lord. Pentheus, turning from him, ho, armourers! Bring forth my shield and sword, and thou, be silent. Dionysius, after regarding him fixedly, speaks with resignation, have then thy will. He fixes his eyes upon Pentheus again, while the armourers bring out his armour, then speaks in a tone of command. Man, thou wouldst fain behold them on the hill praying. Pentheus, who during the rest of this scene, with a few exceptions, simply speaks the thoughts that Dionysius puts into him, losing power over his own mind, that would I, though it cost me all the gold of the bees. Dionysius, so much. Thou art quick to fall to such great longing. Pentheus, somewhat bewildered at what he has said, 'Twould grieve me much to see them flown with wine. Dionysius, yet cravest thou such a sight as would much grieve thee? Pentheus, yes, I fain would watch, ambushed among the pines. Dionysius, 'twere vain to hide. They soon will track thee out. Pentheus, well said. 'Twere best done openly. Dionysius, wilt thou be led by me, and try the venture? Pentheus, indeed. Lead on. Why should we tarry? Dionysius, first we need a rich and trailing robe of fine linen to gird thee. Pentheus, nay, am I a woman, then, and no man more? Dionysius, wouldst have them slay thee dead? No man may see their mysteries. Pentheus, well said, I marked thy subtle temper long ere now. Dionysius, 'tis Dionyse that prompteth me. Pentheus, and how meanest thou the further plan? Dionysius, first take thy way within. I will array thee. Pentheus, what array? The woman's. Nay, I will not. Dionysius, doth it change so soon, all thy desire to see this strange adoring? Pentheus, wait. What garb wilt thou bestow about me? Dionysius, first a long tress dangling low beneath thy shoulders. Pentheus, I, and next. Dionysius, the same red robe, falling to thy feet, and on thine head a snood. Pentheus, and after? Hast thou aught beyond? Dionysius, surely, the dappled fawn skin and the wand. Pentheus, after a struggle with himself, enough. I cannot wear a robe and snood. Dionysius, wouldst liefer draw the sword and spill men's blood? Pentheus, again doubting, true, that were evil. I, 'tis best to go first to some place of watch. Dionysius, far wiser so, than seek by wrath's bitter recompense. Pentheus, what of the city streets? Canst lead me hence unseen of any? Dionysius, lonely and untried thy path from hence shall be, and I thy guide. Pentheus, I care for nothing, so these bacchanals triumph not against me. Forward to my halls within, I will ordain what seemeth best. Dionysius, so be it, O king. 'Tis mine to obey thine hest, waiter it be. Pentheus, after hesitating once more and waiting, well, I will go, perchance to march and scatter them with serried lance. Perchance to take thy plan. I know not yet. Exit Pentheus into the castle. Dionysius, damsels, the lion walketh to the net. He finds his Bacchae now, and sees and dies, and pays for all his sin. O Dionyse, this is thine hour and thou not far away. Grant us our vengeance, first, O Master, stay the course of reason in him, and instil a foam of madness. Let his seeing will, which ne'er had stooped to put thy vesture on, be darkened, till the deed is lightly done. Grant likewise that he find through all his streets loud scorn, this man of wrath and bitter threats that made the bees tremble, led in woman's guise. I go to fold that robe of sacrifice on Pentheus, that shall deck him to the dark. His mother's gift, so shall he learn and mark God's true son, Dionyse, in fullness God, most fearful, yet to man most soft of mood. Exit Dionysius, following Pentheus into castle. Chorus, some maidens will they ever come to me, ever again, the long long dances, on through the dark till the dim stars wane. Shall I feel the dew on my throat, and the stream of wind in my hair? Shall our white feet gleam in the dim expanses? Oh, feet of a fawn to the greenwood fled, alone in the grass and the loveliness, leap of the hunted, no more in dread, beyond the snares and the deadly press, yet a voice still in the distance sounds, a voice and a fear and a haste of hounds, O wildly laboring, fiercely fleet, onward yet by river and glen. Is it joy or terror, ye storm swift feet? To the dear lone lands untroubled of men, where no voice sounds, and amid the shadowy green the little things of the woodland live unseen. What else is wisdom? What of man's endeavor or God's high grace, so lovely and so great? To stand from fear set free, to breathe and wait, to hold a hand uplifted over hate, and shall not loveliness be loved forever. Others, O strength of God, slow art thou and still, yet failest never. On them that worship the ruthless will, on them that dream, doth his judgment wait. Dreams of the proud man, making great and greater ever, things which are not of God. In wide and devious coverts, hunter-wise, he coucheth time's unhasting stride, following him whose eyes look not to heaven. For all is vain, the pulse of the heart, the plot of the brain, that striveth beyond the laws that live. And is thy fate so much to give, is it so hard a thing to see, that the Spirit of God, waiter it be, the law that abides and changes not, ages long, the eternal and nature-born, these things be strong. What else is wisdom? What of man's endeavor or God's high grace so lovely and so great? To stand from fear set free, to breathe and wait, to hold a hand uplifted over hate, and shall not loveliness be loved forever? Leader happy he, on the weary sea who hath fled the tempest and won the haven. Happy whoso hath risen, free, above his striving. For strangely graven is the orb of life, that one and another in gold and power may outpass his brother, and men in their millions float and flow and seethe with a million hopes as leaven, and they win their will, or they miss their will, and the hopes are dead or are pined for still. But whoe'er can know, as the long days go, that to live is happy, hath found his heaven. Re-enter Dionysius, from the castle. Dionysius, O eye that cravest sights thou must not see, O heart athirst for that which slakes not. Thee, Pentheus, I call forth and be seen, in guise of woman, Maynard, saint of Dionyse, to spy upon his chosen and thine own mother. Enter Pentheus, clad like a bacchanal, and strangely excited, a spirit of Bacchic madness overshadowing him. Thy shape, methinks, is like to one of Ctmus' royal maids. Pentheus, yea, and mine eye is bright. Yon sun shines twofold in the sky, Thebes twofold and the wall of 7 gates. And is it a wild bull this, that walks and waits before me? There are horns upon thy brow. What art thou, man or beast? For surely now the bull is on thee. Dionysius, he who erst was wroth, goes with us now in gentleness. He hath unsealed thine eyes to see what thou shouldst see. Pentheus, say, stand I not as Ino stands, or she who bore me? Dionysius, when I look on thee, it seems I see their very selves. But stay, why streams that lock abroad, not where I laid it, crossed under the coif? Pentheus, I did it, as I tossed my head in dancing, to and fro, and cried his holy music. Dionysius, tending him, it shall soon be tied aright. 'Tis mine to tend thee. Nay, but stand with head straight. Pentheus, in the hollow of thine hand I lay me. Deck me as thou wilt. Dionysius, thy zone is loosened likewise, and the folded gown not evenly falling to the feet. Pentheus, 'tis so, by the right foot. But here methinks, they flow in one straight line to the heel. Dionysius, while tending him, and if thou prove their madness true, aye, more than true, what love and thanksest thou for me? Pentheus, not listening to him, in my right hand is it, or thus, that I should bear the wand to be most like to them. Dionysius, up let it swing in the right hand, timed with the right foot's spring. 'Tis well thy heart is changed. Pentheus, more wildly, what strength is this? Kitharon's steeps and all that in them is, how sayest thou, could my shoulders lift the whole? Dionysius, surely thou canst, and if thou wilt. Thy soul, being once so sick, now stands as it should stand. Pentheus, shall it be bars of iron? Or this bare hand and shoulder to the crags, to wrench them down? Dionysius would strike the nymphs' wild temples, and the brown rocks, where Pan pipes at noonday. Pentheus, nay, not I. Force is not well with women. I will lie hid in the pine brake. Dionysius, even as fits a spy on holy and fearful things, so shalt thou lie. Pentheus, with a laugh, they lie there now, methinks, the wild birds, caught by love among the leaves, and fluttering not. Dionysius, it may be. That is what thou goest to see, aye, and to trap them, so they trap not thee. Pentheus, forth through the Theban's town. I am their king, I, their one man, seeing I dare this thing. Dionysius, yet, thou shalt bear their burden, thou alone, therefore thy trial awaiteth thee, but on, with me into thine ambush shalt thou come unscathed, then let another bear thee home. Pentheus, the queen, my mother. Dionysius, marked of every eye. Pentheus, for that I go. Dionysius, thou shalt be borne on high. Pentheus, that were like pride. Dionysius, thy mother's hands shall share thy carrying. Pentheus, nay, I need not such soft care. Dionysius, so soft. Pentheus, waiter it be, I have earned it well. Exit Pentheus towards the mountain. Dionysius, fell art thou, and to a doom so fell thou walkest, that thy name from south to north shall shine, a sign forever. Reach thou forth thine arms, Agave, now, and ye dark-browed Cadmeian sisters. Greet this prince so proud to the high ordeal, where save God and me, none walks unscathed, the rest this day shall see. Exit Dionysius following Pentheus. Chorus: some maidens, O hounds raging and blind, up by the mountain road, sprites of the maddened mind, to the wild maids of God, fill with your rage their eyes, rage at the rage unblissed, watching in woman's guise, the spy upon gods possessed. A bacchanal who shall be first, to mark eyes in the rock that spy, eyes in the pine tree dark, is it his mother, and cry, lo, what is this that comes, haunting, troubling still, even in our heights, our homes, the wild maids of the hill? What flesh bare this child? Never on woman's breast changeling so evil smiled, man is he not, but beast. Loin shape of the wild, Gorgon breed of the waste. All the chorus hither, for doom and deed. Hither with lifted sword, justice, wrath of the Lord, come in our visible need. Smite till the throat shall bleed, smite till the heart shall bleed, him the tyrannous, lawless, godless, Achaeans' earth-born seed. Other maidens tyrannously he trod, marched him, in law's despite, against thy light, O God, yea, and thy mother's light, girded him, falsely bold, blinded in craft, to quell and by man's violence hold, things unconquerable a bacchanal a straight pitiless mind is death unto godliness, and to feel in humankind life, and a pain the less. Knowledge, we are not foes. I seek thee diligently, but the world with a great wind blows, shining, and not from thee, blowing to beautiful things, on, amid dark and light, till life, through the trammellings of laws that are not the right, breaks, clean and pure, and sings glorying to God in the height. All the chorus hither for doom and deed. Hither with lifted sword, justice, wrath of the Lord, come in our visible need. Smite till the throat shall bleed, smite till the heart shall bleed, him the tyrannous, lawless, godless, Achaeans' earth-born seed. Leader appear, appear, whatso thy shape or name O mountain bull, snake of the 100 heads, lion of burning flame. O God, beast, mystery, come. Thy mystic maids are hunted, blast their hunter with thy breath, cast o'er his head thy snare, and laugh aloud and drag him to his death, who stalks thy herded madness in its lair. Enter hastily a messenger from the mountain, pale and distraught. Messenger, woe to the house once blessed in Hellas. Woe to thee, old King Sidonian, who didst sow the dragon seed on Ars bloody lea. Alas, even thy slaves must weep for thee. Leader, news from the mountain, speak. How hath it sped? Messenger, Pentheus, my king, Achaean's son, is dead. Leader, all hail, God of the voice, manifest evermore. Messenger, what sayest thou, and how strange thy tone, as though in joy at this my master's overthrow. Leader, with fierce joy I rejoice, child of a savage shore, for the chains of my prison are broken, and the dread where I cowered of yore. Messenger, and deemest thou Thebes so beggared, so forlorn of manhood, as to sit beneath thy scorn? Leader, Thebes hath o'er me no sway. None save him I obey, Dionysius, child of the highest, him I obey and adore. Messenger, one can forgive thee, yet 'tis no fair thing, maids, to rejoice in a man's suffering. Leader, speak of the mountain side. Tell us the doom he died, the sinner smitten to death, even where his sin was sore. Messenger, we climbed beyond the utmost habitings of the Ban shepherds, past Asopus springs, and struck into the land of rock on dim Kithaeron, Pentheus, and, attending him, I, and the stranger who should guide our way, then first in a green dell we stopped, and lay, lips dumb and feet unmoving, warily watching, to be unseen and yet to see. A narrow glen it was, by crags o'ertowered, torn through by tossing waters, and there lowered a shadow of great pines over it. And there the Maenad maidens sate, in toil they were, busily glad. Some with an ivy chain tricked a worn wand to toss its locks again, some, wild in joyance, like young steeds set free, made answering songs of mystic melody. But my poor master saw not the great band before him. Stranger, he cried, where we stand mine eyes can reach not these false saints of thine. Mount we the bank, or some high-shouldered pine, and I shall see their follies clear. At that there came a marvel. For the stranger straight touched a great pine tree's high and heavenward crown, and lower, 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 urged it down to the herbless floor. Round like a bending bow, or slow wheels rim a join of forces two. So in those hands that tough and mountain stem bowed slow, oh, strength not mortal dwelt in them, to the very earth. And there he set the king, and slowly, lest it cast him in its spring, let back the young and straining tree, till high it towered again amid the towering sky, and Pentheus in the branches. Well, I ween, he saw the Maenads then, and well was seen. For scarce was he aloft, when suddenly there was no stranger any more with me, but out of heaven a voice, oh, what voice else, 'twas he that called. Behold, O damosels, I bring ye him who turneth to despite both me and ye, and darkeneth my great light. 'Tis yours to avenge. So spake he, and there came twixt earth and sky a pillar of high flame. And silence took the air, and no leaf stirred in all the forest dell. Thou hadst not heard in that vast silence any wild things' cry. And up they sprang, but with bewildered eye, agaze and listening, scarce yet hearing true. Then came the voice again. And when they knew their god's clear call, old Cadmus' royal brood, up, like wild pigeons startled in a wood, on flying feet they came, his mother blind, Agave, and her sisters, and behind all the wild crowd, more deeply maddened than, through the angry rocks and torrent-tossing glen, until they spied him in the dark pine tree, then climbed a crag hard by and furiously some sought to stone him, some their wands would fling lance-wise aloft, in cruel targeting. But none could strike. The height o'ertopped their rage, and there he clung, unscathed, as in a cage caught. And of all their strife no end was found. Then, hither cried Agave, stand we round and grip the stem, my wild ones, till we take this climbing cat o' the mount. He shall not make a tale of God's high dances. Out then shone arm upon arm, past count, and closed upon the pine, and gripped, and the ground gave, and down it reeled. And that high sitter from the crown of the green pine top, with a shrieking cry fell, as his mind grew clear, and there hard by was horror visible. 'Twas his mother stood o'er him, first priestess of those rites of blood. He tore the coif, and from his head away flung it, that she might know him, and not slay to her own misery. He touched the wild cheek, crying, Mother, it is I, thy child, thy Pentheus, born thee in Icion's hall. Have mercy, Mother. Let it not befall through sin of mine, that thou shouldst slay thy son. But she, with lips afoam and eyes that run like leaping fire, with thoughts that ne'er should be on earth, possessed by Bacchaeos utterly, stays not nor hears. Round his left arm she put both hands, set hard against his side her foot, drew, and the shoulder severed, not by might of arm, but easily, as the god made light her hand's essay. And at the other side was no rending, and the torn flesh cried, and on Autono pressed, and all the crowd of ravening arms. Yea, all the air was loud with groans that faded into sobbing breath, dim shrieks, and joy, and triumph cries of death. And here was born a severed arm, and there a hunter's booted foot, white bones lay bare with rending, and swift hands ensanguined tossed as in sport the flesh of Pentheus dead. His body lies afar. The precipiceth part, and parts in many an interstice lurk of the tangled woodland, no light quest to find. And, the head of all the rest, his mothereth it, pierced upon a wand, as one might pierce a lion's, and through the land, leaving her sisters in their dancing place, bears it on high. Yet, to these walls her face was set, exulting in her deed of blood, calling upon her Bromias, her god, her comrade, fellow render of the prey, her all victorious, to whom this day she bears in triumph, her own broken heart. For me, after that sight, I will depart before Agave comes. To fulfill God's laws, and have no thought beyond his will, is man's best treasure. Ay, and wisdom true, methinks, for things of dust to cleave unto. The messenger departs into the castle. Chorus: some maidens weave ye the dance, and call praise to God. Bless ye the tyrant's fall. Down is trod Pentheus, the dragon's seed. Wore he the woman's weed. Clasped he his death indeed, clasped the rod. A bacchanal yet, the wild ivy lapped him, and the doomed wild bull of sacrifice before him loomed. Others ye who did Bromia's scorn, praise him the more, bacchanals, Ctmus born, praise with sore agony, yet, with tears. Great are the gifts he bears. Hands that a mother rears red with gore. Leader, but stay, Agave cometh. And her eyes make fire around her, reeling. Ho, the prize cometh. All hail, O rout of Dionyse. Enter from the mountain Agave, mad, and to all seeming wondrously happy, bearing the head of Pentheus in her hand. The chorus maidens stand horror-struck at the sight, the leader, also horror-struck, strives to accept it and rejoice in it as the god's deed. Agave ye from the lands of morn. Leader, call me not, I give praise. Agave, lo, from the trunk new shorn hither a mountain thorn bear we. O Asia-born bacchanals, bless this chase. Leader, I see. Yea, I see. Have I not welcomed thee? Agave, very calmly and peacefully, he was young in the wildwood without nets I caught him. Nay, look without fear on the lion, I have ta'en him. Leader, where in the wildwood? Whence have ye brought him? Agave, Kithaeron. Leader, Kithaeron. Agave, the mountain hath slain him. Leader, who first came nigh him? Agave, I, 'tis confessed. And they named me there by him Agave the blessed. Leader, who was next in the band on him? Agave, the daughters. Leader, the daughters. Agave of Ctmus laid hand on him. But the swift hand that slaughters is mine, mine is the praise. Bless ye this day of days. The leader tries to speak, but is not able. Agave begins gently stroking the head. Agave, gather ye now to the feast. Leader, feast, O miserable. Agave, see, it falls to his breast, curling and gently tressed, the hair of the wild bull's crest, the young steer of the fell. Leader most like a beast of the wild, that head, those locks defiled. Agave, lifting up the head, more excitedly, he wakened his mad ones, a chase god, a wise god. He sprang them to seize this. He prays where his band prays. Leader, brooding, with horror, in the trail of thy mad ones thou tearest thy prize, God. Agave dost praise it. Leader, I praise this. Agave, soon shall the land praise. Leader and Pentheus, O mother, thy child. Agave, he shall cry on my name as none other, bless the spoils of the lion. Leader, strange is thy treasure. Agave, and strange was the taking. Leader, thou art glad. Agave, beyond measure, yet, glad in the breaking of dawn upon all this land, by the prize of my hand. Leader, show them to all the land, unhappy one, the trophy of this deed that thou hast done. Agave, ho, all ye men that round the citadel and shining towers of ancient Thebe dwell, come. Look upon this prize, this lion's spoil, that we have taken, yet, with our own toil, we, Cadmus' daughters. Not with leathern set Thessalian javelins, not with hunter's net, only white arms and swift hands blade fall. Why make ye much ado, and boast withal your armorer's engines? See, these palms were bare that caught the angry beast, and held, and tear the limbs of him. Father! Go, bring to me my father. And Pentheus, where is he, my son? He shall set up a ladder stair against this house, and in the triglyphs there nail me this lion's head, that gloriously I bring ye, having slain him, even I. She goes through the crowd towards the castle, showing the head and looking for a place to hang it. Enter from the mountain Cadmus, with attendants, bearing the body of Pentheus on a bier. Cadmus, on, with your awful burden. Follow me, thralls, to his house, whose body grievously with many a weary search at last in dim Kithaeron's glens I found, torn limb from limb, and through the intervening forest weed scattered. Men told me of my daughter's deed, when I was just returned within these walls, with great Iasias, from the Bacchanals. And back I hied me to the hills again to seek my murdered son. There saw I plain Actaeon's mother, ranging where he died, Autonno, and Ino by her side, wandering ghastly in the pine copses. Agave was not there. The rumour is she cometh fleet-foot hither. 'Tis true, a sight I scarce can bend mine eyes unto. Agave, turning from the palace and seeing him, my father, a great boast is thine this hour. Thou hast begotten daughters, high in power and valiant above all mankind, yet, all valiant, though none like me. I have let fall the shuttle by the loom, and raised my hand for higher things, to slay from out thy land wild beasts. See, in mine arms I bear the prize, that nailed above these portals it may rise to show what things thy daughters did. Do thou take it, and call a feast. Proud art thou now and highly favoured in our valiancy. Cadmus, O depth of grief, how can I fathom thee or look upon thee, poor blood-stained hand? Poor sisters, a fair sacrifice to stand before God's altars, daughter, yea, and call me and my citizens to feast withal. Nay, let me weep, for thine affliction most, than for mine own. All of us are lost, not wrongfully, yet is it hard, from one who might have loved, our Bromias, our own. Agave, how crabbed and how scowling in the eyes is man's old age, would that my son likewise were happy of his hunting, in my way when with his warrior bands he will essay the wild beast, nay, his valiance is to fight with God's will. Father, thou shouldst set him right. Will no one bring him thither, that mine eyes may look on his, and show him this my prize? Cadmus, alas, if ever ye can know again the truth of what ye did, what pain of pain that truth shall bring. Or were it best to wait darkened for evermore, and deem your state not misery, though ye know no happiness? Agave, what seest thou here to chide, or not to bless? Cadmus, after hesitation, resolving himself, raise me thine eyes to yon blue dome of air. Agave, 'tis done. What dost thou bid me seek for there? Cadmus, is it the same, or changed in thy sight? Agave, more shining than before, more heavenly bright. Cadmus, and that wild tremor, is it with thee still? Agave, troubled, I know not what thou sayest, but my will clears, and some change cometh, I know not how. Cadmus, canst hearken then, being changed, and answer, now? Agave, I have forgotten something, else I could. Cadmus, what husband led thee of old from mine abode? Agave, Achaean, whom men named the child of earth. Cadmus, and what child in Achaean's house had birth? Agave, Pentheus, of my love and his father's bread. Cadmus, thou bearest in thine arms an head, what head? Agave, beginning to tremble, and not looking at what she carries, a lion's, so they all said in the chase. Cadmus, turn to it now, 'tis no long toil, and gaze. Agave, ah! But what is it? What am I carrying here? Cadmus, look once upon it full, till all be clear. Agave, I see, most deadly pain. Oh, woe is me! Cadmus, wears it the likeness of a lion to thee? Agave, no, 'tis the head, O God, of Pentheus, this. Cadmus, blood-drenched ere thou wouldst know him. Ay, 'tis his. Agave, who slew him, how came I to hold this thing? Cadmus, O cruel truth, is this thine home coming? Agave, answer. My heart is hanging on thy breath. Cadmus, 'twas thou and thy sisters wrought his death. Agave, in what place was it? His own house, or where? Cadmus, where the dogs tore Actaeon, even there. Agave, why went he to Kithaeron? What sought he? Cadmus, to mock the god and thine own ecstasy. Agave, but how should we be on the hills this day? Cadmus, being mad. A spirit drove all the land that way. Agave, 'tis Dionysus done it. Now I see. Cadmus, earnestly, ye wronged him. Ye denied his deity. Agave, turning from him, show me the body of the son I love. Cadmus, leading her to the bier, 'tis here, my child. hard was the quest thereof. Agave laid in due state. As there is no answer, she lifts the veil of the bier, and sees. Oh, if I wrought a sin, 'twas mine. What portion had my child therein? Cadmus he made him like to you, adoring not the God, who therefore to one baneth brought you and this body, wrecking all our line, and me. No man-child was ever mine, and now this first fruit of the flesh of thee, sad woman, foully here and frightfully lies murdered. Whom the house looked up unto, kneeling by the body. O child, my daughter's child, who heldest true my castle walls, and to the folk a name of fear thou wast, and no man sought to shame my grey beard, when they knew that thou wast there, else had they swift reward, and now I fare forth in dishonour, outcast, the great Cadmus, who sowed the seed rows of this state of the bees, and reaped the harvest wonderful. O my beloved, though thy heart is dull in death, O still beloved, and alway beloved. Nevermore, then, shalt thou lay thine hand to this white beard, and speak to me thy mother's father, ask who wrongeth thee. Who stints thine honour, or with malice stirs thine heart? Speak, and I smite thine injurers. But now, woe, woe, to me and thee also, woe to thy mother and her sisters, woe alway. Oh, whoso walketh not in dread of gods, let him but look on this man dead. Leader lo, I weep with thee. 'Twas but due reward God sent on Pentheus, but for thee 'tis hard. Agave my father, thou canst see the change in me. A page or more has here been torn out of the MS from which all our copies of the Bacchae are derived. It evidently contained a speech of Agave, followed presumably by some words of the chorus, and an appearance of Dionysius upon a cloud. He must have pronounced judgment upon the Thebans in general, and especially upon the daughters of Cadmus, have justified his own action, and declared his determination to establish his godhead. Where the MS begins again, we find him addressing Cadmus. Dionysius, and tell of time, what gifts for thee he bears, what griefs and wonders in the winding years. For thou must change and be a serpent thing strange, and beside thee she whom thou didst bring of old to be thy bride from heaven afar, Harmonia, daughter of the Lord of War. Yea, and a chariot of kine, so spake the word of Zeus, thee and thy queen shall take through many lands, lord of a wild array of orient spears. And many towns shall they destroy beneath thee, that vast horde, until they touch Apollo's dwelling, and fulfill their doom, back-driven on stormy ways and steep. Thee only and thy spouse shall ours keep, and save alive to the islands of the blessed. Thus speaketh Dionysius, son confessed of no man but of Zeus. Had ye seen truth in the hour ye would not, all had been well with ye, and the child of God your friend. Agave Dionysius, we beseech thee. We have sinned. Dionysius, too late. When there was time, ye knew me not. Agave, we have confessed. Yet is thine hand too hot. Dionysius, ye mocked me, being God, this your wage. Agave, should God be like a proud man in his rage? Dionysius, 'tis as my sire, Zeus, willed it long ago. Agave, turning from him almost with disdain, "Old man, the word is spoken, we must go." Dionysius, and seeing ye must, what is it that ye wait? Cadmus, child, we are come into a deadly strait, all, thou, poor sufferer, and thy sisters twain, and my sad self. Far off to barbarous men, a grey-haired wanderer, I must take my road. And then the oracle, the doom of God, that I must lead a raging horde far flown to prey on Hellas, lead my spouse, mine own Harmonia. Ours child, discorporate and haunting forms, dragon and dragon mate, against the tombs and altar stones of Greece, lance upon lance behind us, and not cease from toils, like other men, nor dream, nor past the foam of Icharon find my peace at last. Agave, father, and I must wander far from thee. Cadmus, O child, why wilt thou reach thine arms to me, as yearns the milk-white swan, when old swans die? Agave, where shall I turn me else? No home have I, Cadmus, I know not, I can help thee not. Agave, farewell, O home, O ancient tower. Lo, I am outcast from my bower, and leave ye for a worser lot. Cadmus, go forth to misery, the way Actaeon's father went. Agave, father, for thee my tears are spent. Cadmus, nay, child, 'tis I must weep for thee and for thy sisters twain. Agave, on all this house, in bitter wise, our Lord and Master, Dionysus, hath poured the utter dregs of pain. Dionysius, in bitter wise, for bitter was the shame ye did me, when Thebes honored not my name. Agave, then lead me where my sisters be, together let our tears be shed, our ways be wandered, where no red Kithaeron waits to gaze on me, nor I gaze back, no thyrsus stem, nor song, nor memory in the air. Oh, other bacchanals be there, not I, to dream of them. Agave with her group of attendants goes out on the side away from the mountain. Dionysius rises upon the cloud and disappears. Chorus, there may be many shapes of mystery, and many things God makes to be, past hope or fear. And the end men looked for cometh not, and a path is there where no man thought. So hath it fallen here. Exeunt. Asterisk end of the Project Gutenberg ebook Hippolytus. The Bacchae updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.